Hola, buenos días a todas y a
Hello,
todos.
good morning, everyone who is here in the auditorium of the Regional Office of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, and also to everyone who is online via Zoom or the YouTube channel of FAO. And before we begin, I would like to let you know that we have interpreting services available for English and Spanish. So to everyone who is here who requires this service, you can get the devices outside. And for those who are online via Zoom or YouTube, you also have the possibility of listening to the interpreting.
That we have Spanish English interpretation available. You must choose the language option in screen interpretation button. And we are also broadcasting through the FAO channel in YouTube in Spanish and English also. Pido também a los que están acompanhando-nos
I
virtualmente.
also ask to those people who are online, please keep your microphones off at all times while the people are speaking. So, welcome everyone. We have some audio problem here. I'm listening to myself. What is the problem?
Está apagado, sim. Ok, alô? Bueno, seguimos entonces.
Well, we continue then.
Todavía me escucho a mí misma, pero vamos
I'm
siguiendo.
still hearing myself, but we will continue.
Primeiro que nem entrei. Vamos ver. Agora?
What about now? No, it's still the same.
No, yo ya salí de la conexión aquí.
I'm already offline here.
No sé. Escutam aqui o ambiente e o do áudio. Alô? Eu creio que estamos escutando en el
I
auditório.
think we are listening in the auditorium, the audio from our microphone here, but also the audio of the live broadcast, and I believe that's why we get a double signal.
Bueno, no es una molestia muy grande, me van a escuchar
It is
el
not
doble.
that much of a bother. You listen to me twice.
Pero seguimos aquí hasta que
But we
los
continue
colegas
here
resuelvan.
until the IT colleagues address this.
Eu salí. Bueno, entonces vamos a empezar
Well then,
igual.
we will begin nonetheless with this double audio.
Vai quedar bien marcado lo que eu estou
So
diciendo.
everything sticks to your brain, and we
Bueno, bienvenidas de nuevo.
and yeah.
Aquí
Anyway, so
estamos en la
welcome again.
consulta de la sociedad
So
civil
here we are in the
vinculante de
consult
la
of the civil society in the
38º
framework
octavo
of
Conferencia
the
Regional de la FAO
38th
para
Regional
América
Conference of
Latina y
FAO
el
for
Caribe.
Latin America and the
Para los que no me
Caribbean.
conocen, yo creo que
For
la
those who
mayoría
do
me
not know
conocen,
me,
pero mi nombre es Dulcler
I'm
Esterna.
is Ducler
Yo soy
Esterna.
oficial regional de alianzas
I am a
de
regional
cooperación
office
regional
of
de la FAO.
alliances here in the
Y
Regional
voy a
Office
estar
of FAO,
moderando la
and
sesión
I'm
por
going to
lo
be
menos hoy en la
moderating the
mañana.
session at least this morning.
Este diálogo entre la FAO
This
y
dialogue
ustedes.
between FAO and yourselves.
Nosotros, en el marco
We,
de la conferencia,
in the framework of the conference,
agendamos y realizamos
we
tres
booked and
consultas.
we did three
Una al sector
consultations.
privado,
One
que lo
is to
hicimos
the
el día
private
6,
sector that we
parece,
did
6 de
on the
febrero.
6th of
Una otra al
February, I
sector
think.
científico y
Another
académico,
one is to the
que lo
scientific and
realizamos el día
academic
20 de
sector.
febrero. Y
That was on
la
February
última
20th.
consulta
And
que
then
vamos a
the
hacer
last
con la
consultation
sociedad
that we're going to
civil.
be doing now with
Ustedes
civil
saben que
society.
antes de esa
So
consulta
you know that
hubo
before this
dos
consultation, there was
diálogos
already two
preparatorios para esa
dialogues,
consulta,
two preparation dialogues for
decididos
that
en el marco
consultation
del comité de
that were
pilotaje
decided
que
in the
se fue
framework of the
conformado
piloting
entre
committee that was made up
dirigentes de la sociedad civil para organizar
between civil society leaders to organize this consultation. And these two dialogues, one of them was the issue of gender, and the other one was youth. And they took place a week ago and some days ago as well. So their idea basically is to listen to this dialogue this morning. We're going to have officers from FAO explaining the topics of our agendas and mainly what we think should be a priority for next biennium. And we will be here to listen to your comments and suggestions and even questions as well. On this afternoon, we are going to have an organization among yourselves. This is an exclusive meeting from you of the civil society to coordinate your participation and your representatives of content towards the FAO conference that is going to take place in March. So I'm going to be explaining this a bit further as well. And then we will begin now with some greetings by Mario Lebetki, who is the Deputy Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. And now he's not going to be present here now because he's going on the SELAC summit, but he did record a message for you. So please, to the colleagues in the video, if you can please stream the video.
Estimadas y estimados representantes de la sociedad civil, los movimientos sociales de nuestra región, bienvenidos a esta sesión de consulta que se realiza en el marco del 38 periodo de sesiones de la Conferencia Regional de la FAO de América Latina y el Caribe. Es un honor recibirlos nuevamente en la Oficina Regional de la FAO, en vuestra casa. Destaco la participación de más de 30 dirigentes que nos acompañan en forma presencial y todos los que nos están acompañando en nuestras plataformas en forma virtual. Lamento que hoy no podré acompañarlos en persona en esta consulta. He recibido la invitación por parte de la CELAC para participar en la cumbre de jefes de Estado y de Gobierno que se desarrolla en San Vicente y las Granadinas, y en función de nuestros compromisos de cooperación establecidos con la CELAC, he debido trasladarme para asistir a esta cumbre presidencial. Justamente esta reunión, la cumbre, es de particular importancia para nuestro mandato, ya que va a representar y van a discutir el nuevo plan de seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de CELAC del 2024 al 2030, sobre el cual ustedes brindaron valiosas contribuciones para la consolidación de un documento que fue aprobado unánimemente por los ministros de Agricultura de los 33 países, un proceso que desde la FAO valoramos y reconocemos como un resultado tangible a nivel regional y multisectorial. El encuentro que realizamos hoy constituye un espacio de revisión y reflexión para analizar los avances que hemos alcanzado desde la Conferencia Regional de la FAO celebrada en Quito en 2022 y las propuestas para esta próxima conferencia a realizarse en el marco de las actividades en Georgetown, Guyana. Según nuestras últimas estimaciones, América Latina y el Caribe es una de las pocas regiones del mundo que registró progresos en la disminución del hambre para el periodo 2021-2022 y donde la prevalencia de la subalimentación disminuyó del 7 punto del 2021 al 6.5 del 2022, lo que supone una reducción de cerca de 2.4 millones de personas que se encontraban en situación de hambre. Sin embargo, los sistemas agroalimentarios en su conjunto enfrentan una gran presión para producir más, para satisfacer las demandas de alimentos y al mismo tiempo atraviesan una mayor exposición al impacto de fenómenos climáticos extremos, así como el deterioro de los ecosistemas de los cuales dependen la producción alimentaria. En este escenario, la contribución de la sociedad civil es fundamental para fomentar y apoyar la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios, así como mejorar la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición desde las comunidades locales, donde impulsar prácticas de producción sostenible y alimentación saludable, y a lo largo del ciclo de políticas públicas en la generación de evidencia, la identificación de oportunidades y desafíos del sector alimentario, y el diseño, implementación y monitoreo, y también evaluación de políticas y de programas. Para la FAO es imprescindible trabajar más y mejor con la sociedad civil como un socio estratégico de nuestra cooperación, en coordinación con los gobiernos y la participación de otros sectores, a fin de avanzar hacia una gobernanza más amplia y más diversa. Nadie mejor que ustedes conoce la realidad en la que se encuentra la población de nuestra región. Y es por eso, por la que a través de estas consultas queremos contribuir a dar mayor visibilidad y destacar iniciativas de la sociedad civil que nos permitan identificar acciones más innovadoras, con evidencia científica, pero también con conocimientos ancestrales de los pueblos originarios, de las mujeres, de los jóvenes y de todos los actores vinculados al sector agroalimentario y al desarrollo rural. Estaré, les puedo asegurar, muy atento a los resultados de esta sesión y estoy seguro de que se consolidarán recomendaciones y acciones que aportarán y complementarán los esfuerzos de la región para avanzar hacia un mundo sin hambre, con mayor igualdad y más resiliencia hacia el 2030. Les deseo una excelente jornada de trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, gracias.
Okay, thank you very much, Mario. I hope you have a great summit in CELAC. And now we'll go to a brief introduction or greetings from our colleagues from FAO. Mr. Fatou Elsi is the director of consultations and divisions in collaboration with the UN. He's from the PSU unit. I don't know if you know him, who is kindly accompanying us from headquarters and will greet us with this maximum 5-minute greeting. Go ahead, the floor is yours, sir. Ma'am. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. And translation is working?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to be here with you today and to welcome you, also together with the Assistant Director General that just preceded me, on the civil society consultation of the 38th session of FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'm coming, as my colleague have just introduced me, from headquarters, the Partnerships and Newer Collaboration Division. I would like to take this opportunity that the civil society consultation represents an extremely important space for dialogue for us in order to bring the voice of the civil society organization, particularly from the Latin America region, where family farming, indigenous people, fisheries, pastoral, and consumers are all very active. The consultation provides us a space for the CSOs to come together and express and state their view regarding the main agenda item of the regional conference, as well as their views on FAO's priorities at the regional level. It also offers government and us, and we inspire, government and us, an opportunity to learn from the perspective of the civil society who are important constituency and in the country and for us. The FAO strategic objective 2022-2031 call for the organization to engage in a transformative partnerships. With nearly 700 million people, unfortunately, still suffering from hunger, the need for a robust alliance with civil society and producer organization have never been more pressing. Civil society provides the breadth and diversity of expertise, unique knowledge of local context, and vital link to the communities on the ground, helping us, FAO, to reach the most vulnerable. In recognizing the pivotal role of non-state actors, including civil society organizations, farmers associations, cooperatives, and academia, FAO underscore the critical importance of forging alliances that can drive profound change. These partnerships transcend mere cooperation. They embody a commitment to sustainable and long-lasting impacts. Let us emphasize the imperative of transformative partnerships with civil society organizations to realize the ambition of the 2030 agenda. That partnerships contribute towards sustainable long-term impact at scale, addressing complex, multifaceted problems in a strategic way in order to achieve our broader goals and create value beyond what FAO alone can offer and achieve. We aspire that with transformative partnership, solutions are not imposed, but co-created, fostering equity, resilience, and sustainability across agri-food systems. In closing, I would like to firstly underscore the great value FAO places on its collaboration with civil society. These partnerships are not just incidental. They are the core of our effort to transform the agri-food system and realize the ambition of the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. Secondly, transformative partnerships hold the key to unlocking a multitude of opportunities for all stakeholders within the agri-food system. They serve as the catalytic for sustainable agriculture, rural transformation, and the improvement of livelihood while simultaneously addressing the social inequalities that pervade in the system. Only by working together, we can make our agri-food system more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable, ensuring that no one is left behind in our joint venture for progress and equity. I wish you a very fruitful deliberation. We are looking forward to receive the outcome of your deliberation, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Fatuma, very much for your time to be here with us today. Vamos continuar entonces con los saludos.
Okay, we will therefore continue with our greetings. We have two greetings, introductory greetings in our agenda. One from the President of the Committee of Food Security, Global Food Security Committee, but I don't know if she's connected. Nosika, are you here with us? If she's not connected, we can go to our round table here, right? Okay, no, she's not here. Well, if she appears, you can let me know, okay, Marcela? So let's continue with our last part here, last greetings. We have two people here with us. They're quite well known. Laura Hernandez, she's the National Coordinator of Indigenous Females from Mexico, linked with ECMIA too, and the president of Coprofam, which is the family producers of Mercosur, the cooperative for that, Alberto Bruch. They'll both greet us in 5 minutes. So go ahead, Laura, the floor is yours.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Compañeras, compañeros. Creo que también
Ladies, gentlemen, I'd like to recognize the fact that as ECMIA, we were part of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty and people's food sovereignty. And as this partnership, we're different sectors, different movements, organizations, and collectives. I'd just like to mention the diversity we represent, and also like to comment that each sector, each organization, in each movement, we all bring recommendations, proposals that we will talk about or propose. I'd like to comment that this is a quite important space for us because it's our own space for participation, it's just ours. And this space has been built collectively as a civil society, and we're here present in a coordinated manner. And in addition, as an alliance or partnership, there are other organizations that are present there from the Caribbean. So, and that diversity, we're all sitting here, right? But we're all here for dialogue. We have that capacity of discussing and creating an analysis precisely of this, right? Of what we're reviewing today with the regional priorities. If you remember 2 years ago, we talked about regional initiatives, but now we call them regional priorities. But it's also important to reflect on the strategic framework, FAO strategic framework 2022-2031. It has to do with the 4 improvements that are mentioned: better nutrition, better production, better environment, and better life, all based on the objectives of the 2030 agenda or the goals that are mentioned, right? But we need to put this into context from our own things, our own organizations, the own things that we're creating in our spaces. And we need to think about what we understand. What do these 4 improvements mean for our own community and organizational works? And what are we recommending? What are we proposing for all of this that we talk about at the Agenda 2030? But we talk about not leaving anyone aside, right? Just for everything to be peaceful, for our human rights, for exerting our human rights, for that to be an exercise that is real, actual, and for human rights to food, to feeding, for that to be something that's concrete. We know this, and we had 2 days of discussion as movements in our assembly, and we talked about the fact that these issues are still present. Hunger, the lack of support, but we also talked about our context of migration, of forced displacement, organized crime, criminalization, to the advocates of human rights or human rights defenders. So in the face of these contexts, what are we going to propose? And that's what's relevant about these spaces, right? There's the worsening of everything. And we have to put all these recommendations. And what are our proposals for what are our recommendations, right, for the states and for FAO in the face of this 38th regional conference? So that we value the fact that we're here to converse about our diversity, our context, but the critical thing is to give you our proposals, our recommendations, and that the strategic framework is concrete, right, in the regional conferences. And in addition, I'd like to comment a bit, and with this, I'd like to conclude because I don't have any more time. We have to continue combating in our struggles, right, in our countries, and our struggle has been historical. It's not just starting now. We have to continue working. We have to focus on the fact that we're working on food related matters. It's collective work. That's been throughout history, right? Not just now. How do we work as collectives, movements to combat our current context, but also the context of the years to come? Because we know that all these struggles and issues that we mentioned need planning, need a future focus or approach to solve them. Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura. Laura she participated in our prior conference and the entire process in Quito in Ecuador, so she knows what she's talking about, right? And representatives of civil society, so she knows that entire process. I'm going to give the floor to Alberto Broch. You have 5 minutes, sir. The timer here. Thank you very much, Duca. I'd kindly like to greet you and recognize you for your work with the CSOs, right? I'd like to kindly greet Carissima, quite important referent in FAO, Maya Terania, Luis Biduski, who's also here with us. Warm, kind greetings for you and from all the civil society that is here represented. As Laura said, we're here with quite representative sectors of all Latin America and the Caribbean. Some come from different countries, right? And the 6 countries where all the sectors, I think, particularly all sectors are here: the youth, females, the First Nations, fishermen, any other networks that make up civil society, social movements, especially First Nations. The Caribbean is also present here today, and we are preparing to be able to contribute through this consultation process, Duca, for the 38th conference, FAO 38th Conference of Latin America and the Caribbean, a very important moment. And we'd like to mention that we recognize the creative advances, right? We have our director, Mario. We heard him, right? And we advanced at some point. So we need to validate this because the world is going through a strong, robust crisis. But we are outraged because we live with almost 40 million people that are famine in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we see every day all inequalities increase. More than 180 million people live in poverty, and I believe that one of the worst indexes that we have in Latin America is inequalities, right? During the pandemic, the rich kept more than 10%, they became more than 10% richer, and the poor are actually poorer, increasing inequalities. And the consequence of all this is famine, hunger. It is malnourishment. And on the other hand side, we have food systems that are unsustainable because we are at the hands of 4 or 5 large companies that have monopolized the entire food system. And I think that it's a very important moment now. It's a critical moment to be able to influence, to impact with proposals for the FAO, which is an entity, a UN organism from agriculture and food in the entire world, which is so important for it to strengthen everything. It's a strength to help governments implement the decisions of the UN, right? Some important decisions sometimes, like chart on the rights of farmers, the decade of agriculture, family agriculture, an action plan, which is very important, which we've developed. We undoubtedly, there's no doubt that we can make this a favorable instrument to face all these large challenges. Therefore, we do believe in dialogue. Political dialogue and conversation is critical for a civilized world. There's no civilization if we do not have dialogue from us, from all the movements. No, and we, the movements, we do not deny conversations, dialogue, because we always want to be heard. A dialogue, conversations that could be translated, and proposals from the different sectors to put a common goal for the good of humanity, for the good of people, individuals. And with that, would also like to mention that from the point of view of the UN resolutions, especially the decade of family agriculture, among all the regions in the world, we are advancing a lot, right, compared with the other regions. Luis, we want to recognize the events that we've created here in FAO. We have to follow up on this to be able to implement this in all countries. Hopefully, that the proposals that we will raise and develop today during these 2 days, Duca, possibly we can equate this into the FAO document and put with all clarity embed all this right in the documents. And to mention that there's no other way out or exit without strengthening experiences, territories, family agriculture, even to face one of the greatest challenges that we're facing today, right, which is climate crisis. Hopefully, we can enrich the 5 large guidelines that the FAO will take for this 38th regional conference. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Alberto. Me gusta cuando mencionas las 5 directrices porque en nuestro marco de trabajo son
Thank you,
4.
Alberto. I love it when you name the 5 guidelines in our framework are 4, but it's lovely to have a 5th priority on governance that finally is coming from yourselves, these proposals. So we are here to also work with that. So we have with us the president of the committee. She finally came online, so we're going to give the floor now to Madam Noshipa, who's the president of the World Food Security Council. She's with us, if you can hear us. And now we close this block of greetings.
¿Aló?
Hello.
Señora Noshipo, Nausicaa.
Madam Noshipa.
Hello, sorry, excuse me, hello? Can you hear
Hello, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, I don't know whether it's morning in Santiago. What's the time?
Here we are 10:30, 30 past 10, yes.
Good morning, and my apologies for the delay. I joined in a bit late because I was at the meeting with the foreign ministry here. But let me start. Thank you for this opportunity. It's an honor for me to have to speak to the civil society consultation meeting or event in light of the 38th FAO Regional Conference for the Latin America and Caribbean region. I would like to express my gratitude to the civil society indigenous and the Indigenous Peoples Mechanism, the CSIPM, for this kind invitation. And begin just by reflecting since the reform that took place in 2009, the Committee on World Food Security has developed inclusive and participatory approaches where civil society and non-governmental organizations, including the pastoralists, the traditional fisher groups, and other NGOs, together with other relevant actors that play a role in influencing the policies and contributing to the development of policy recommendations in the field of food security mainly, and to some extent recently on nutrition. And the governance structure of the CFS is well shaped to enable democratic governance and provides a platform that brings together a wide range of stakeholders to discuss, negotiate, and find consensus on global policy matters that concern food security and nutrition. as you may all be aware, CFS discussions and negotiations take place in a highly inclusive manner, most importantly, the voices of the most affected communities and groups by the food insecurity and malnutrition. And the most vulnerable segments of the population have or are enabled so that their voices can be heard inter alia through the constitutionalized civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism. Such an inclusive platform we cannot take for granted for its importance, it being key, since current challenges affect most vulnerable groups in particular. And we then have to always bear it in mind that we should always seek to be as inclusive as possible and continue to review whether there are others that are left outside of our mechanisms. I believe that a higher degree of social participation in the policy debates is a prerequisite for the realization of the right to adequate food, which is at the center of our agenda and among the main objectives of the activities of the Committee on World Food Security. A specific consideration of those who are less powerful is also reflected in the selection of topics that are covered in the multi-year program of work of CFS. And in recent years, we have elaborated dedicated policy agreements on issues such as gender equality, connecting smallholders to markets, promoting youth engagements in agri-food systems, as well as other key topics that are about responsible financing and inclusion, including the topic on responsible governance of land, especially for those groups that are involved with land production in terms of food security. There are others that participate on sea-based activities or even freshwater systems on aquatics. The CFS program of work for the next 4 years encompasses relevant topics for your constituencies, such as the right of agriculture and food systems workers, as it was already elaborated in Geneva under the ILO. And this is an area that we then as CFS should embrace and reflect on it as we move forward with reducing inequalities for food security work stream. We have also been at work in terms of promoting indigenous people's knowledge systems, whilst we are also drawing attention with dedicated activities that enable interlinkages between climate change, which causes vulnerability, biodiversity risks in terms of ecosystems, because food that we produce require intact ecosystems, and also in the area of right to food, particularly through the collaborative governance platform for coordinated policy responses to the emerging global crisis. So I would like to underline the very close interlinkages between the past work of the previous chairpersons and colleagues and the current and future CFS activities, with the 4 FAO priorities that have been set for the Latin America and Caribbean. I would warmly invite you to work in collaboration with national governments in your region, the FAO, World Food Program, if there are offices, and IFAD and other international organizations, which are relevant stakeholders to promote the use of the CFS policy agreements at country and regional levels. In line with these regional priorities, the CFS policy agreements present legitimate and intergovernmentally agreed tools that can support national and regional efforts towards designing programs that promote sustainable and efficient food production, sustainable use of natural resources, climate change adaptation, resilient agri-food systems, as well as reducing inequalities in the sector. I would warmly again invite you to continue to actively engage in the work streams that are being currently carried out by the Committee on World Food Security to discuss how these work streams and policy guidance could increase the impact and promote the dissemination, ownership, and use of these tools, leading to increased awareness about the work that is undertaken under the umbrella of CFS. The collaboration across sectors and multiple stakeholders is key to achieve our common goal of ending hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. In this respect, we need to strive to strengthen the role of the Committee on World Food Security within the existing institutional environment within the UN. And in order to do so, we need to address the gap between viable resources and the resources that are required for our activities to have a concrete impact on the ground. And therefore, efforts should be put to place in terms of increasing donor and the basis of support for the CFS work. Whilst we continue to uphold the format that is essential for CFS, additional ingredients are required for political success, and therefore we need close and constructive cooperation with members of the CFS. And the current program of work defines a high level of ambition. We now have to realize that the level of ambition is also supposed to be accompanied by actions and ambitious actions in terms of the uptake of these policy agreements. Finally, I would like to emphasize that we have to strengthen the role of the CFS within the institutional environment at global level. As in recent years, we have been experiencing an increase in the creation of international platforms or bodies with other initiatives that seek to tackle the ongoing multiple crises for food security. And therefore, in order to ensure a high degree of efficiency, these institutional architectures must be complementary, and therefore we have to seek to foster collaboration in order to avoid redundancies between the existing institutions. And thus, the visibility of CFS becomes all of our joint responsibility to make sure that, one, the products that are provided or that are processed are still relevant, and therefore they do guide an amount of facilitation that would enable a difference in terms of the outcomes that we seek to achieve, the outcome of food, long-term food security and nutrition. So these are in the main the remarks that I thought we could share with you and encourage you to continue to do your bit and contribute to the work of the Committee on World Food Security. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Noshipo, for your time and message. Have a good day. Vamos a continuar entonces con
We
nuestra
will now continue with our program.
Afortunadamente, solo 5 minutos.
So we are only 5 minutes late.
Bueno, les digo a Laura y
I
Alberto,
say
muchas gracias por
to
estar
Laura
con
and Alberto,
nosotros. Vamos a pasar ya a lo técnico con las presentaciones.
so we're going to start with the technical dialogue with the
Si gusta y pasen
presentations.
a la plenaria.
if you want to go to the plenary. And Maya will make the first presentation of today. So I would like to remind you all that the presentation that FAO is going to be presenting here is based on the documents that were uploaded to the website of the regional conference of FAO. They're in English, Spanish, and French, if I remember correctly. And well, if you want further details, because the presentation is going to be brief, if you can give me, you can get the documents for further details. So let's go to Maya. Maya Takagi, I don't know if you know her. She's a regional leader of programs in the regional office of FAO. And she basically is going to be giving us an introduction to our strategic frame and how is the strategic frame linked to what's coming, which is the regional conference. So let's go ahead, Maya. You have 10 minutes, and I'm going to be teaching you the chronogram here. Thank you, Duca. Good morning, everyone here, everyone who's in the auditorium. May you be welcome. It is a pleasure to have you all here, and also everyone who is online. So I would just like to reinforce here that our deputy director told us, Mario Lebetkin told us, I'm not going to expand myself too much, but I wanted to just say that I'm also here and by his request, so I'll be joining you all morning. And I would like to reinforce that we're here to listen to you. For us, it's a very important moment in this process of consults that we do for each conference. And very swiftly, as Duka said, I'm going to go on to a brief introduction of how do we link the strategic framework with the regional conference. I hope that you can look at this. As you know, the regional conference is celebrated every biennium. Maybe some of you know, those who don't, it's good to hear it now so you all have the same information. It is important for us because this is a consultation forum on matters related to the mandate of the organization, food and agriculture, of course, normative aspects, global aspects, political aspects, policy aspects, and also other scheduling programs. The scheduling is associated to what we say of our program, that we should not be assessing our program, and they don't give us guides for each biennium in terms of the priorities. So this is a forum of listening, but also a forum associated to the formulation of regional positions on these matters. So of course, it helps us to identify specific programs in the region that can be oriented to our work planning, and we also advise plans or projects that are being taken by the organization that have an impact in the organization, and they also review the performance of the organization in the previous biennium. So we're looking at the previous biennium, we're looking at the next biennium. So just for you to know, this year we're gonna be doing this in a hybrid way in Georgetown, Guyana, from the 18th to the 21st of March. It's going to be anteceded by a virtual space called the Meeting of Superior Officers and the report of 13th of March. And in this session of technical officers, where we get the draft of the report of the conference that is discussed in the ministerial session the week after that. So this is a new format because usually the two sessions take place in the same week. Now we're going to have a bit more time between one session and the next, and we hope this would provide more time to digest what comes from recommendations. So all of these things, the supplies, are all of the documents that were mentioned here. The documents that you received that are published beforehand, that reflect both the results in terms of priorities, in terms of all of the associated areas to the agenda. Everything is published, sorry, most things are published. We're just missing one document. And the output is the recommendations. What we're interested in now is these documents for recommendations. So these recommendations are not drafted by FAO. They are drafted by countries. The speaker is a country appointed by the other countries. So this is the governance mechanism. We provide some inputs and we listen to recommendations. So in the space of the conference, it's very important to enrich this report. Last conference, what we did was, I'm so sorry, I was not moving my slides. We did not map the recommendations that we received of the previous report towards the more than 300 results of our planning of the biennium, and we monitor this. So it's just to mention that following these recommendations is a very important work of ours that we love to be accountable for it. And I believe this is one of the topics that you also mentioned, the importance of monitoring and the assessment. So here we have an analysis of the distribution by the four outputs for better. Then I'm going to be letting you know how we organize this in the strategic framework and the regional initiatives. As it was mentioned, there are three. We go to the four regional priorities associated to the strategic framework, so they can have a closer link, and we have greater than 30% of the monitoring of the follow-up of these recommendations of the previous conference.
Para esta conferencia, también ustedes saben mucho mejor
This
que
conference, well, you know this better than we do. You have the entire regional context, right? It was mentioned by Laura and our colleagues before, but we skip until the regional context. We are going to leap from that to the cascade or waterfall shocks that we live in the globe, specifically in the region, in the post-pandemic era. We still have not recovered in many different indicators, right? And that's in our documents. Climate or weather variability, COVID, well, climate, we have extreme climate variability, right? Associated to climate change, we have the effect of conflicts, internal conflicts, external conflicts, and thus increasing the pre-existing causes of poverty and inequity and hunger associated to what we have in the region, the higher rates of inequality across the globe. And we're still in that situation, in many aspects. Inequality of income inequality between males and females, between urban and rural areas, between ethnics and different and First Nations and generational gaps also in the vulnerability of those that are higher. Also, we have the impact, an important impact on the increase of prices of foodstuff, inflation that strongly affected food insecurity and hunger. And we know that all of this strongly commits the achievements of the SDGs. Well, this is a slide that we presented in our prior conference. It's the same strategic framework we have for 2022, but I'd like to reinforce these concepts because after my presentation, each team will present. So this strategic framework reflects on our regional context, of course, and I wanted to start from a bottom-up approach. We have, as a cross-cutting team, it's a cross-cutting subject, the youth, inclusion, and diversity, right? It's something we are mentioning. We have the accelerators in the bottom, right? We have gender, youth, and inclusion. Associated, we have innovation, technology, data, and complements. Complements on the bottom right in the circle. I don't like this word that much because it doesn't translate, but complements, basically governance, which is a topic that's very important for all of you, right? Institutions, you're the institutions, you are all institutions, we are institutions, we're people, organizations, and situations in general, either public, private, from civil society, and human capital. We have all this just to mention that all these that governance is one of the accelerators for us, which means that it's the how. How will we achieve the four improvement? Four improvements associated to what do we want? We want better production, better nutrition, thus impacting and leading to better environment, and all those three generate better life. And on the top, you can see that, of course, this strategic framework is much more associated to the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, with an approach, a focus that it's, well, especially focus on SDG 1, ending poverty, 2, ending hunger, producing sustainable agriculture, and number 10, reducing inequality, with a common narrative, which is to support transformation of agri-food systems for them to be more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, leaving no one behind. Now, this framework, I think, is very important. It's important for you to locate each one of the different issues or topics here associated to all the improvements, which I will not detail here, but within all these, there's 5, 6 areas, priority areas that are in the documents you will read. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you, Maya. With that introduction, general introduction, we will go into our specific topics. I'd like to invite Maria Noel and Ana Posas to come here to the stage, and we will talk about regional priority number 1, PR1, or P1, that it's inclusive and sustainable production. So Ana Posas is our agriculture officer and is the leader of that regional priority, and she will explain maximum 10 minutes. And here I'll have my timer. So explain this, and we will later hear from Maria Noel. In 10 minutes, she'll talk about priority. Okay, good morning. Buenos dias. We will begin our presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity, for the invitation to share here with you. I'm going to talk about better production, that improvement, and I'll put into context proposal.
De mejor producción viene o surge de la
The better production proposal emerges from the need to the different stakeholders that live with this agri-food systems topic to interact, right? As you can see,
No, espera. Apa. Tá. Más lento de... Ahí está. Muy bien. Entonces,
it was a bit slow, the clicker. Now, what does this interaction mean? It means that we shall consider the most ecological part of that great productive environment, which has to do with our relationship between forest, water, land, biodiversity, and also to interconnect this with the other part of the chain, which is more related with consumers, markets, but also govern what we want to consume, right? How to consume, and within those guidelines, there are regulations and there are practices that should happen in the central part, which is the agri-food systems part. But in that interaction of these elements in this chain, we cannot leave aside that scenario of climate change variability, climate variability, and not leaving aside that regulatory frameworks part, support services that are necessary to be able to guide or move those changes towards sustainable agriculture within the framework of what's happening in our agri-food systems. We need to consider some of the information we have there, which is a state of degradation of those productive resources. What's the situation of the farmable arable land and the level of deforestation, pollutants in a specific case. And to put this as an example, we have the quantity of plastics that is reaching our seas, our oceans, but we also consider, we must consider how we're not that effective in our ways of producing, how that translates, how that inefficiency translates into, for example, seeing how much we lose due to pests and diseases, right? How much production, how many minerals we use based on fertilization, how that is lost, and we have how much production of food or food stuff is lost throughout the chain. So there's certain elements that tell us we need to improve. And as you see in the last part, it's also related with consumption. Where are we directing our consumption? But also, it's also related to the weaknesses. How little we're consuming some elements. As an example, I'd like to put fish. And we also have structural situations that affect transition towards, or the shift towards sustainable agriculture, the lack of information, or the land cadastre that is not available, right, in many of the countries. Or, for example, the opportunities that demanding markets request from the market restrictions, which lead us to have good practices in the system. And as an example, we have the need of information support services and knowledge. As I said, this complements our efforts towards transition. As Maya presented our improvement plan, we'll wait for it and tell you what we mean by better production. Basically, better production covers the agriculture area. In agriculture, we're talking about extended agriculture. It's coming. There we go. The slide. So when we're talking about innovation for sustainable agriculture production, that covers 3 areas. It's the agriculture itself. We also have livestock, and we have forests. When we're talking about blue transformation, we talk about aquaculture, fisheries, One Health, and One Health covers a bit more. It has to do with the health of ecosystems, agri-food systems, people, and food security. We have the access, small scales producer, equitable access to resources, the youth, females, and digital agriculture, which also covers innovation. If we go deep into innovation for sustainable agriculture production, we see that we're working on 4 areas for action. The first one is creating sustainable and resilient production, reducing vulnerabilities, right? In terms of water and land management, we have also the part that has to do with effective and efficient transfer, demonstration, validation, submission of technologies and practices. What happens in the agri-food systems, data generation and monitoring to improve decision-making on the practices that are conducted. And finally, we need to create improvement in enabling conditions, right? If we don't have the enabling conditions, we cannot have changes. Now, if we see examples of how we translate these 4 areas that are here, in practice, these examples include agroecology, restorative and conservation agriculture, to therefore work on soil management related with water. We have the use, strengthening of the pesticides records and registering and responsible use of pesticides. We also have conservation, production of and rescue of seeds, other alternatives, bio inputs, right? The restoration, ecosystem restoration, and Finally, we have competitiveness and resilience of the livestock service. That's just an example.
Vamos a avanzar nosotros con la conversa por acá porque veo que ahí estamos. Si seguimos con la parte de transformación azul, que era lo que abarcaba la parte de acuicultura y pesca.
Blue transformation. It includes fisheries and aquaculture. And we're talking about sustainable management and produced by conserving, right? And these fisheries system, we have the expansion of the aquaculture continental part, and we also have health of a social economic health of aquatic systems. That leads into biosecurity in aquaculture, reactivation or strengthening of small-scale aquaculture, sustainable management and protection of coastal and marine aquatic biodiversity, and management of inland fisheries. When we go into the One Health chapter, One Health is to establish again reestablish those governance relationships in an intersectorial manner, which leads us to generate early warning systems in terms of emergencies, in terms of food security, pollutants in food, if we're talking about heavy metals, or prioritizing that, and resistance to antimicrobial resistance, right? Actions against this. And
Vamos con el acceso a lo que son recursos
we're going to
productivos.
talk about small-scale producers' equitable access to resources. We're working on the governance of land, water, and forests in terms of land administration and management systems, and the responsible governance of land, forest, and water, the three resources. The youth, females, and First Nations are at our core here. Last but not least, we have digital agriculture and innovation. As I told you before, we're facilitating the access to digital technology. Digital innovation lets us have access to information and support systems. We also have the strengthening of national rural extension and technological transfer systems, and focusing on new emerging agricultural trends. And we will conclude with this, and we'll be hearing your question. Okay, let's go to Mariano El Salgado. She's from the Agroecological Movement of Latin America and the Caribbean, MAELA. And in 10 minutes, she'll comment. We'll talk about Ana Fosa's presentation. So you have 10 minutes, ma'am. Thank you very much. We will begin by the good things, new, different things. I see Luki will probably remember what I'm going to mention now. Agroecology appears again in the FAO documents explicitly, and we need to celebrate that because it had disappeared for a long time. And the other thing we commented with some of our colleagues is that language is starting to come closer to start the dialogue with social movements. One of the things that's the hardest for us when we're in this space is adapting our way, the way we speak, to a system that is already established, that maybe is not permeated to dialogue from different perspectives. So I just wanted to mention those two things. I think terms or concepts appear again, right? I say terms and not concepts, but anyway, it's terms that appear again that have to do with dialogue, and that's the path. Now, I'd love to think and talk about just to remember the social movements of those of us that produce at a small scale in FAO. I'd like to mention what has happened in the last years in terms of agroecology, which we believe is a good transformation process. It doesn't matter where we start from. We're not talking about being a purist, but we're talking about paths, because it's critical to create transformations from different sectors, right? And we're clear that transformations will not come from the large producing sectors because they're not generating food. Nestle today is talking about food and reconceptualizing what food means and covering this. And in terms of investments, they in inter-institutional spaces at a global level, they also agree on many different topics. So when we talk about the demands of consumption and the demands that new consumers want, or the new demands that many consumer sectors want, it's a solitary trap per se, because, or catch, right? Because it's a system that promotes those new consumption standards. It provokes and causes us. They continue offering new products, and we know how that system works. So if we'd say it's not consumers that demand, no, it's not consumers that demands, it's consumers that are already in a system, not a communication system, but it's a linking system. They're already entrapped in this system. So we do not contribute towards leaving that aside. It's like the solitary trap. It's like saying, oh no, consumers demand, therefore we need to adapt. But at the end of the day, that trap will continue. So what we say is that agroecology also means a transition from vines, right? This drought that is happening in many countries in the south, in Uruguay, for example, the south of Uruguay, which is quite small. We have a drought problem which is gigantic, right? With enormous cracks, lack of water as never seen before, focusing on the south of Uruguay. And we see that small producers, family agriculture have significant issues, but they continue choosing a conventional production system. But why? Because in the 90s, it was the great promotion and sales system, right? Where that sale generated a status that rural producers and those of us that inhabit rural spaces, we also feel that the city catalogs us as second-class citizens. We also want to belong, and we also go into that level of consumption. And many times we also contribute because we don't know or we don't rely on the fact that we have our own capital to be able to transform. But it's also true that in this transition process to agroecology, alone by ourselves in silo, without based on the capital we have and the constructions we do, it's true that we have a cap, right? We do not, or limits, cannot make the transformations, and because we need the differentiated public policies that contribute to us, that let us multiply in our communities and in our organizations that transition.
Suelos, bueno, creo que es un tema urgente, independientemente de que
You were mentioning soil, that's an urgent topic, regardless of who is producing where. This is already a limitation. The size of the parcels, the farms, etc., of all the plots of land, that is already a limitation to continue sustaining life on the farms when we have soils that are completely unbalanced. And this doubles the limitations, and it reduces the possibilities of continuing to maintain the future generations living decent lives off farms. But that also has an impact. And also this perception that is not the way to go, because it is not about belonging to a society that ever more so is digitized, and a society that has shorter commitments or relationships. Everything is for now. Biological processes are not for now, they are processes. So therefore we need to take this leap. We need to transform and put into evidence these public policies that will allow for these transitions. So that is where the answer is. So I wanted to summarize the agreement, since we started working together globally and regionally to transform the systems. We have some agreements and paths that we've worked together with FAO and the social movements for food sovereignty. And after promoting that FAO needed to have agroecology agenda, we had the two global symposiums of agroecology where we agreed on certain things. So we had the regional symposiums of agroecology where we also had agreements. We were asked to work because the governments needed goods for the decision-making processes, and FAO needed to generate evidence to show that agroecology was viable. And we work on the whole process of construction of a system of the impact measurement, where we tested on site, or also that, and we also from the generation of this mechanism, we saw that and we have concrete evidence that is generating and appropriated by the organizations and with the return from the organizations on the usefulness of these methods. But we also have different implementation agreements and specific projects that were on working into agroecology. We also did some documents that speak of agroecology, the 10 elements of agroecology that FAO launched, and the consolidated examples of national plans for organic agriculture and agroecology as it is for Brazil. That is going back as the matrix reloaded. The agreements of FAO with the Parliamentary Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean to generate a proposal for a national plan of agroecology so they could have a dialogue. So we have a long way walked already, and a very important thing also, they told us it should be inclusive, there should be other sectors. And here we are. Here we are with several sectors. We have health, we have social solidarity economy, we have other productive sectors that were not present. So the commitment, as Alberto was saying, the opening of dialogue, and as Lara was saying, we are here to make dialogues, we're here to contribute with efforts, and without contributions, we are supporting each other, generating capital, generating resilience, and also proving not only with our own methods, being the concrete evidence that we continue saying that agroecology is the way to go, but also the methodology of those instruments that FAO has requested in this permanent agreement that we needed to give way to that. So the sample is free, it's clear. We have some path walked and we need to implement that. And here I wanted to add that I believe these are two things that I believe are key that will be on these couple of days of work. First is the transition, but we need concrete things from FAO in this advice to government. In Uruguay, I can say that we have a national plan of agroecology, we have a table of agroecology, but what is the impact this has had? What is the actual impact? Which sectors are benefiting from this process? Do we continue thinking about this strategy as a market niche, or does it also comply with a social function, which is providing farming indigenous agriculture, an opportunity to acknowledge themselves in this knowledge of knowledge, to strengthen so they don't have to migrate in situations that are very complex. So we continue having a problem of a generational exchange. This becomes more acute, and the responses that we continue giving, despite the fact that we diagnose this as not the ones that we need. So I believe what we need, and that is why we have this work line where we're going to be commenting on later. Also, apart from a transition process that is going to be diverse in each country, based on the region, based on the agro food systems that are predominant in each region, because this is another opportunity that agroecology has. It's not a tabula rasa with policies. We don't just need credit or seeds. In each region, there's different starting points. There's different places where we're starting from because we have a wealth and a capital that is accumulated. We have regions where we have seeds that have been accumulated, seed banks with which we can work on. We have regions where we have really looked after our soils very well, and it's possible to maintain this. We were talking about this earlier. Sometimes we feel guilty when we talk about the impact of COVID. But the reality is that in our case, it was not so bad. We increased our sales. We saw more directly with the care that we needed. But what happened when COVID ended? And we went back to the numbers of consumers that we had before. Because people go back to, all right, I can go to the close by supermarket and so on. So there's very concrete things on working on this transition plan. There's concrete things to advise states. But I would like to highlight this to finish in the document. We're told that it is possible in the civil society groups that they can contribute to some solutions. I believe that is a very shy thing to say when in this path we have committed ourselves to this with extra resources from our own so we can comply with in that process. Because when we talk about the private sector, we don't say it is possible, the agreement is there, it is negotiated. But I believe we need to start working from the evidence, and the evidence shows that these organizations that we have here, we work in the last 10, 12, 15 years, we are committed to think about these transitions. So this shyness needs to be in how do we work and what do we recommend in the practice. So because we have some work on site, but when we say we advise the state, no, we have enough evidence in FAO of the commitment of these organizations, and we're not collectives. We are the food producers, and now health, people who are thinking of the movement of healthcare from the communities, from the urban rural communities, peri-urban communities, anyone who's thinking about social solidarity economy and working and living on site, they always say, okay, we need to think that agroecology makes this more dynamic. So we need to think, how do we apply this? This is a transition plan towards agroecology that is centered on family agriculture that is indigenous and family-based. These are specific policies. We're not going to be talking about subsidies, but we do need concrete investments to strengthen this. And the second matter has to do with the places of governance, the governance processes. And we're not talking about continue creating mega spaces for dialogue. What we're saying is we are here, we have evidence, we have complied with this path, let's work together. Let's not get called every 2 years. Catharsis in public, and in the meantime, we're not building anything together. Because we do commit to work together. And so, yeah, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Noel. We go straight to the next regional priority. I please ask you to go to the plenary session, and then I would like to call Israel Rios. He's not here with us because he's in Panama, and he's going to be online. Israel, are you there? Hello, Duca. Here I am. I'd like to call Paula Romero from the Regional Articulation of Latin America and the Caribbean from FIAN so she can come to the table while Israel is connecting. Israel. Hello, Duca. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, Israel is going to be making the presentation on regional priority number 2, ending hunger and achieving food and nutritional security in all of its ways. So Israel, you have 10 minutes. If you do 9, even better. I'll let you know when you're 1 minute away from your time. All right, thank you. Together as defenders of decent food. So organizations of civil society has the power of transforming the food system. So how do we overcome these challenges related to food and achieving better nutrition in the region? I'd like to invite you to reflect on the importance of achieving these challenges in nutrition matters. I would like to highlight the need to get innovative solutions to guarantee access to healthy diets, considering the important contributions that you make from civil society. The new strategic framework of FAO wants to address challenges related to hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition in all of its forms. The program of better nutrition of FAO is focused on 5 priority areas, including healthy diets, nutrition to the most vulnerable, food safety, work with farmers and the trading of food, and the reduction of food waste and loss. So, however, Latin America and the Caribbean are facing many further challenges in terms of nutrition, including hunger, food insecurity, overweight people, and obesity. Also, macronutrient deficient and childhood malnutrition. So we still have 43 million people without regular access to sufficient nutritious food. Food insecurity is persistent, affecting 247.8 million Latin Americans, especially in homes led by women or located in rural areas or indigenous areas. The prevalence of overweight and obesity is increasing, with 1 in 4 adults and a growing trend of overweight in school children of 8.6%. And school people and adolescents, with adolescents coming to almost all 40% in some areas. The high cost of healthy diets also presents a barrier for many families, especially in the Caribbean. Another challenge is including the lack of awareness on healthy food, the impact of climate change on agriculture and the livelihoods, the loss of food biodiversity, the great amount of foods that end up in the rubbish throughout the food chain, and also the need of comprehensive multi-sector policies. So the Program of Better Nutrition wants to address these challenges and is in line with SDG number 2 of ending hunger. The 5 areas of focus of the Program for Better Nutrition is centered on policy measurements, interventions, and collaborations in the multi-sectors, and strengthening the agri-food systems, in improving the livelihood conditions and promoting sustainable future with better nutrition. Of course, we also want to establish mechanisms for governance for better nutrition in the region. We like to guarantee healthy diets, means to promoting nutritious, varied diets, and also empower people to make decisions that are informed or evidence-based in terms of their food. And the data collection and the collaboration with members of parliament are fundamental to strengthen the government's nutrition laws and policies that promote healthy food environments, and the making of the good guidelines based on the food systems are essentials for addressing the nutritional crisis and help individuals to take healthy eating habits. I would like to highlight here the important role exerted by the civil society organizations as aware stakeholders. They are part of the engine force that can change the dynamics of the agri-food systems. The decisions of purchases of foods, for instance, can redefine the rules of the game and promote an agri-food system that is fairer, healthier, and more sustainable. Now, I would like to share an initiative of great importance for the region and for food security and nutrition and the access to healthy diets. The Buenos Aires statement of the 7th Summit of Heads of States of the Latin American states and CLAC highlighted the need of updating the food plan for eradication of hunger by 2025 in response to the new global challenges. So the new select plan for FNS by 2030 is a commitment to strengthen food security and better nutrition in Latin America and the Caribbean, addressing emerging challenges and the new realities with the collaborations of member countries, stakeholders, and the people who work in the food systems, and also the technical accompanying of FAO. This new plan will be focused on strengthening agri-food systems, promoting sustainable agriculture, guaranteeing equitable access to nutritious food and quality foods. The select plan for 2030 is based on these 4 pillars: strengthening the legal and institutional frameworks for the implementation of policies for food nutrition security, promote the sustainable production and access to nutritious food, guarantee the affordability and consumption of healthy diets, and 4th pillar, to promote a sustainable, resilient agri-food system to address climate change and protect biodiversity. On this slide, I would like to thank you for your participation in the December session of the revision of the plan. And I would like to extend the invitation again to join the efforts to improve food and nutritional security in the region. And we suggest scan the QR code to access the select plan for FNS for 2030 in English or Spanish. Continuing with the program of better nutrition from FAO, the second area of priority is better nutrition for the most vulnerable, including children, pregnant women, people living in extreme poverty, and rural communities and indigenous communities as well. Through this area, we want to establish to strengthen the policies and programs of nutrition and food, stressing the first years of life and full school food programs, highlighting the collaboration with more than 40 years with Brazil in food school programs. Now I will speak about the third area of the better nutrition area of FAO, guaranteeing the food security and access to safe food. So this means to establish uh, programs for food safety, promoting agricultural frameworks, and the standards of the food codex developed by the WHO and FAO are essential for food safety. Also, the surveillance systems are essential for the decision-making process of consumers and addressing the food and natural security and safety, promoting the collaboration with different sectors of the human and animal health sectors. We want to, on the fourth pillar, we go to reducing food loss and waste, trying to get practices that minimize the losses after harvest and also minimize the problems. So we require a strategic governance and legal frameworks to address this challenge. Data is important as well to measure and build policies and programs that are evidence-based for the reduction of food loss and waste. So it is key to promote transparent markets, trade spots. So in Better Nutrition Program, FAO wants to guarantee the availability and access to nutritious food in the market. So we require market intelligence systems, early warnings for decision-making processes, and promoting policies. We want to promote transparency in the international markets and greater access to them by food and nutrition security. I would like to highlight that the countries in the regions face important challenges in the area of better nutrition. So we have opportunities to improve the nutritional security, such as the growing awareness of the importance of nutrition globally and in the region, and especially the fundamental role that you are playing from the civil society in providing awareness to the impact of the food environment and the access to healthy diets, supporting the transformation towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food systems to create better nutrition without leaving nobody behind. I would like to highlight this importance of civil society as key stakeholders in the transformation of agro-food systems. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Israel. Muy rápido y acotado. Y ahorramos 2 minutos con su presentación. Vamos directo
Okay,
entonces.
we saved 2 minutes with your presentation, sir, because it was very fast. So thank you very much for staying on time. And now we're going to go with Paola. We've programmed 10 minutes, but yes, let's try to make it faster so we have more dialogue space. Thank you, Duca, Israel, for the presentation. And this topic, this block has a lot of content, so I'll also try to speak fast so we can be on time. We love the fact that FAO has these topics as a regional priority. Nevertheless, we would like to mention that the spheres, priority spheres that it proposes, I think that the FAO has to be much more ambitious on them, given the severity and the issue that we're currently facing. The multi-crisis truly demand transforming actions. Therefore, they should prioritize the issues in the same document that they produced with their regional food safety requirements. Now, to begin, we need to release our region from hunger and its complex region. Hunger is not only, or famine is not only the deprivation of elements, it implies cultures, traditions, and ways of life. The deprivation of this, the autonomy of oppression and subordination of the people and their nature. The struggle and combat against hunger is not just to facilitate quantitative access and proper access to food, and not also with even less with processed foods, right? For people that would also be measured qualitatively to end hunger, discrimination, and social stigmatization and structural stigmatization of farming, indigenous farming, and strengthening public institutions and community institutions responsible for food care, including social economy. And this is still quite high in our region. Women are still the most affected in our region. The gender gaps remain, and that's it shows the patriarchy, a clear vision of the patriarchy or how patriarchal our food systems are. It's quite evident in rural, indigenous, and Afro-descendant females. With intersectional inequality, the cost of access to a healthy diet and varied diet based on actual food or actual real food is harder with time because of the high price of food. In fact, governments are still subsidized to a larger extent to large corporations of the agri-food system, including the ones that impose the monoculture-based economy and the consumption of the ultra-processed food and beverages. I'd also like to mention that this legal justice should be critical for the FAO. We must advance in healthy tax that promote the reduction of PCBUs, thus favoring the access to real and actual food, subsidizing or granting in fiscal manner to ethnical and farmer family-based agriculture for the elevated cost of food to reduce. We need governments that protect actual and real feeding, whoever makes that possible, right? And in terms of land property and common good, just like the agribusiness tax assessment, right? To improve the networks for the popular economy, to fund the common goods and to protect foodstuff through fiscal reforms, thus promoting that governments regulate advertisement, promotion, sponsorship, and digital marketing of ultra-processed foodstuff directed to children for the most part. In the face of the programmatic our agenda prioritize the healthy diets for all, we think that the production and the use of data, FAO must advance in adopting the recommendations of the Committee for Food Security. They should make this more robust, right? Focusing on the fact that the data governance should be focused on the principles of human rights, thus promoting the right to feeding and to food, in addition to recognizing First Nations, farmers, and other small producers of food and consumers and favor them as rights owners of the data that they generate and the knowledge that's linked to this. Also recognize rights to equitable participation and the benefits generated by all these data. It's important, worth noting, that the recommendations request states to invest in public infrastructure, data infrastructure, right? Avoiding the illegal extraction of them, of the latter. Strengthening bets for states to produce updated information of the national surveys on nutritional status. For example, in my country, almost a decade has passed and we still don't have the national survey on the nutritional situation. In the face of the different legal frameworks, there is a gap in substantive and formal equality. In addition, in Latin America, there are still countries with a high production of regulations in terms of famine and food security and nutrition and hunger. Nevertheless, they're not harmonized or articulated with the programmatic plans. For example, the FAO should have anchored its plan to formalize its plan and anchored it to the human right to food and UNDRIP and the different conventions of the ILO and CEDAW, because they help members examine and apply plans, just like the San-Salac plan that was commented before. If we don't do that, there can be greater issues and weak, slow, progressive implementations will happen with the insufficient resources assigned for materiality. Likewise, public policies must have the greatest standards in terms of the right to food. They should exceed food insecurity and they should advance towards food sovereignty and the human right to food. Laws must be formulated and implemented without interference of the industry, avoiding corporate capture in decision-making that affects public health, that contravenes the right to food and feeding. That means we should go into inclusive governance, where whoever makes the decisions is the people and the state. A popular food governance, fundamental pillars for food sovereignty. Despite the fact that Latin America and the Caribbean have advanced in terms of the warnings of the frontal labeling of food, the governments do not ensure effective mechanisms for this purpose, and there should be research without conflict of interest to also advance on labeling that promotes family agriculture and agroecological farming. In the face of the nutrition of the most vulnerable, we understand that it's necessary to create focalized policies that lead towards affirmative action. But this should be transformative and break and the cycle of malnourishment, poverty, and hunger. The care and the life of people and nature should be critical in situations of prolonged crisis, migration, armed conflicts, among others, which means that from its formulation, they should be proposed thinking about actual food, actual feeding, the neighboring agroecological feeding, and the alternatives, real food, right? promoting public popular production in foodstuff in homes, institutions, and schools, strengthening the school feeding system for the production of local consumption of food, fostering the farm and agroecological production, public purchases for or goods for small farmers with culturally pertinent or relevant ways that go beyond other ways. And food waste, we must bet to try to reduce waste. We must stop privileging the food banks because most of them are being used not only for some washing of the images of the large companies, but for profit. And we first to have actual food, not ultra processed. In face of transparent market, we must say that the paradigm of food security based on global trade, it failed, and it's necessary to review all the policies and the commercial agreements based on food sovereignty and the right to food. And it's critical to strengthen the territorial markets of food. Reviewing policies, agreements of investment, they should contribute towards food. And it's not possible that in a region like Latin America and the Caribbean, which is so biodiverse, with the capacity of producing healthy food, governments still advocate for the false solutions to hunger and accept the idea that the poor consume products that do not feed them, and they cause illnesses to human beings and the planet. We would like to drive the FAO to be coherent for it in its proposal of integrated or comprehensive approaches of One Health to improve human health and agricultural health without falling into the entrapment, digitalization, and mercantilization of life. We must be coherent in something, and it is now time. We must be coherent into the driving need of putting the care in the center of reproduction of life and betting for food sovereignty. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Paola. Muy bien. Les invito.
Okay, thank you very much, Paola. Great. I'd like to invite you to write down your questions, comments, suggestions, opinions, because we'll later open a space after the presentation for everyone to express, to talk, ask, and to whoever's also virtually online with us. So please go back to the plenary, Paola, and I'd like to invite Eddington and Evie.
No, it's now.
It's right now, yes.
Entonces, Ivy Ortiz.
So Evie Ortiz,
La prioridad regional número 3.
she'll present regional priority number 3, which talks about sustainable management of the natural resources and adaptation to climate change. Evie, the same recommendation. If you can do that in less than 10 minutes, it would be great. Put your timer here.
Seguro que voy a hacer mucho menos porque lo que más me interesa es escuchar.
Yes, I'll try to keep it short, brief. I just want to hear what everyone else says, right? This is music for all our ears, and we're convinced that we need critical changes in food systems. I will talk about better environment. This is one of the 4 improvements we're proposing. Why do we work on better environment within the FAO? Because it's critical. We cannot have a better life if there's no healthy environment. We cannot have good nutrition if there's no healthy environment. We cannot have better production if there's no healthy environment. Therefore, we need to invest on environmental topics in our productive system. What are the main challenges that we've identified? Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters or climate change were estimated at USD 29 billion. greenhouse gases are growing. They come for 46%. They're increasing, which corresponds to the food production sector. There are projections that show water scarcity and water stress. We have lack of water on one side, and then we'll have floods on the other, which are topics that we must face because we're seeing on a daily basis the loss and habitat alteration and loss. And in the food production systems that is happening, the overall exploitation and pollution, that's not sustainable, right? We need to recover biodiversity. We also have the loss of soil loss, soils that are, they must be recognized as live organisms that we must recover and maintain.
¿Cuál es la propuesta que nosotros tenemos?
What is the proposal we have? Let's see the clicker here.
Demora un tempito, ¿verdad? Sí. Yo creo que demora mucho.
I think it takes a bit too long to change. There we go.
Ok, pasaron dos. Creo que pasaste dos juntas.
I think 2 slides passed. Went by. One back. If you could go back. Next one. Next one. Yes.
Bueno, se me
Well,
saltó una.
I think I'm missing one, but
Déjenme mencionarles primero.
I'd like to mention what we've been working on
Durante este tiempo, en el bienio anterior.
in the prior biennium. We created the Latin American Platform for Climate Action, represented, it's PLACA, right? The abbreviation, with 16 countries and with different initiations on climate change, and we're assembling a team, right, to work on all these countries. In addition, we've worked with 12 countries on the reduction of deforestation, degradation of forests. We've supported member countries to generate $134 million on the GCF and GEF projects and 163 million in investment for biodiversity projects. In addition to that, 12 countries increased data on the state of forests, forest cover, etc. And we've worked on insect pollinators too, which are critical to ensure the production of food. The 4 areas of work which we want to focus on during this biennium are related with climate change, adaptation mainly, but also mitigation, topics related with bioeconomy, biodiversity, and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and achieving sustainable urban food systems. Sustainable, right? And those are the 4 work areas, 4 areas of focus. Next one, please. In climate change related systems, our area of focus would be in supporting countries for the achievement of the international commitments that we've signed in the different biodiversity and climate change covenants. We must promote technical collaboration among the countries that already have practices that already recognize the technical, to also build technical capacities to integrate climate change and adaptation mitigation responses, and to strengthen countries' capacities to access environmental and climate financing. Now let's go into bioeconomy. We will support bioproductivity to improve productivity and sustainability, promote the formulation and implementation of evidence-based policies and programs that already exist related to bioeconomy, and supporting the implementation of the agreements of the Belém Declaration we worked on in Brazil. Next one, please. In terms of biodiversity, we will strengthen capacities for integrated water management, water security and governance, capacity development for sustainable land management, sustainable management of ecosystem, restoration of ecosystems, including forest management, integrated management of coastal zones, mainstreaming biodiversity and productive systems by fostering sustainable use, protection, restoration, and conservation measures. And this is quite important because if we do not include biodiversity topics in agricultural productive systems, we won't be able to conserve everything, preserve it if we leave it isolated. It has to be included within our agricultural food processes. And the last one, contribute to protect wild and domestic pollinator populations. And the last part is to improve, to be able to achieve sustainable urban food systems, improving public policies on marketing and food supply, and strengthening the capacities of intermediate and small cities and local agri-food system stakeholders. That would be my presentation. It's quite fast, right? Because what we're interested in is hearing from you to be able to respond in the best way possible. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Let's go to the comments of the presentation. From Eric, he's from ACARI, Agriculture Alliance of the Caribbean. The floor is yours, sir.
If you can do less bad.
Good morning. Buenos dias. We're always impressed with the plans of FAO and other major countries and major corporations around the world who talk about climate change. However, we in the field, farmers, we are quite aware that climate change is an existential threat to all small island states, SIDS, and climate change has had and will continue to have an economic, environmental, and social impact on every country of the world, but more so on the countries of Latin America and the islands of the Caribbean. We hear of a lot of plans and discussions at every level, from COP28 to small communities, with no apparent resolution in sight as we approach COP29 in November. We farmers must do some things for ourselves. As the international community continue to look at what they can do, and as they continue to talk about how they're going to make changes, we must do some things to help ourselves. So we have to look at how we can take a serious approach towards mitigation and adaptation in this fight against climate change. So in our communities, we must begin to look at planting trees. We must look at climate smart agriculture. We must look at agroecology, regenerative agriculture. Because when we think about it, we have 7 years to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, where it is said no one should be left behind. So we should not be left behind. So as farmers and indigenous people, Afro people, all of us who are here represented in these discussions, we must figure out how do we do what it takes to make life better for us. When we recognize these milestones and the importance of achieving not only food and nutrition security, but how do we mitigate and adapt to climate change? And when we talk about fulfilling the challenges of better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, we must consider how do all of these things affect us, and what can we do to make life better? So as we move forward, let's discuss, let's talk about, let's look for solutions. Coming to all of these discussions over a number of years and talking about these things over a long period of time, I still hear some of the same issues, concerns that you have then that you still have now. So let's look for solutions. And that's my advice to you. Let's find solutions to our problems as we wait for other international agencies to do things to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Erickson. Thank you very much. Les invito a bajar porque vamos ya a la segunda presentación y ese espacio fue diseñado
We
junto
go to the second presentation, to the next presentation, and this space was developed with the piloting committee of the civil society. So I'm so sad we're not going to have a coffee break, but please get up off your chairs and maybe move a bit around while we can, just to wake up a bit. Mid-morning wake up movement. All right, so let's go, everyone. So while everyone, Luis Peducci is coming, and Elsa Sanchez. Elsa? Ready. Elsa, then come this way. And now I go to the presentation of Luis Carlo Peducci.
Sí, usa. Bueno, entonces ahora vamos.
Very well, then. Now we start with the presentation of Peducci. So he's a superior officer of policies in rural development. And he's going to present an FAO agenda on reduction of inequality and poverty, rural poverty, and promotion to resilience. So I would like to invite you to take a seat again because you moved. And those who are at home over Zoom, please get up of your chairs, move a bit, move your bodies a bit. So Luis, go ahead, you have 10 minutes. If you can do fewer, even better, and I'll let you know. Thank you very much, Duca. Good morning, everyone. I am so sorry for punishing you once again with my Portuñol. As Duca was saying, I'm going to be presenting this area. However, I would like to start with a comment. This is my 5th regional conference. So when I came to FAO in 2016, several of you I met in Panama in the consult. Several of you, and I believe that it is also the presentation, more than showing this is an opportunity of a certain accountability, take into account the comments we made. It is not that every 2 years we find ourselves here. It is true. I believe we have really evolved in this permanent dialogue. We've learned a lot with the dialogues and with the civil society. So that is effectively when Maya, Mario, and Duca say that they're here to listen to some extent. Listening will translate into this, and I would like to say in some concrete areas that are guiding and making the work better that we as international workers also do, and we try to show with the government. So I have now to show this area that you see here, that is in red, better life. Of course, here we work in improving the production, improving nutrition, making better use of the environment for generating better lives for everyone. This idea of not leaving anyone behind is framed here. So that is why I also have the team here. I have these 3 topics at the bottom. We have gender, we have youth, and also inclusion, and also understanding the whole dialogue with indigenous people, Afro-descendants, and a number of stakeholders with whom we want to not leave behind. So here, basically, to generate this better life and to achieve these results, we also need to understand that the region is facing a number of challenges that are open in its introduction. So we have the challenges of inequality, poverty, territorial entities, social groups that are marking the passing of time and limiting some possibilities in Latin America. Rural poverty affects disproportionately to women, to indigenous women, and also the rural population is the one that is most vulnerable to climate shocks. So here, as Arenton was saying, everything you heard before, in a certain way, of course, is connected. So this separation between four fears, four aspirations, it is a way of getting organized, but also of complying with what is needed to cause better results. So in a region that continues here, and you're going to find this in the documents, and you discussed this already, this is a region that continues having a slow economic growth, plans of fiscal restriction, and facing the effects of climate change and the degradation as well, and also showing a strong transition in the agri-food systems with everything that it was presented here in the discussion on better nutrition. Apart from processes of technological change that are extremely accelerated, that could be good opportunities for several of us, but if we don't pay attention, it can be another factor that causes inequalities among different social groups and territory groups. So in the end, this is a scenario that we move in. This is a scenario that we have some difficulties in, and I couldn't stop mentioning this here. And we are also progressing in this biennium that ends now. And I'd like to show here what Alberto was saying, that maybe we have a dialogue of how this is taking place. We don't want to get this 2 years later. We have a permanent discussion in this same area, December 2022. We meet with the organizations to make this event the Latin American meeting of the decade of family agriculture in this whole area of gender, apart from the global report that was launched, putting into evidence the role of rural women in agri-food systems. And also, together with several of the organizations of you, we carry forth the campaign Rural Women, Women with Rights, and also, apart from all of the support and the participation of the march, I believe this was a moment that was extremely important one for reflection and agreement and sharing together from FAO. We feel this very specially. But the thing that is related to youth, especially here in the fifth forum of children and adolescents and Latin American youth, for us, the issue of youth is not a thing that is here hanging. We have ever more concerns of doing a dialogue, and it acknowledges the participation of the youth in these spaces. And I'm really pleased to see known faces, to see new faces in this council. Some of them, the faces of the rural youth. So no, now with the Caribbean, this is a topic that creates dependence. So when we launched the decade in Rome in 2019, the opponents from the Caribbean were saying, okay, we don't want to be left out, Arrington and several others. But here we have a whole work around the strengthening of the organizations of the Caribbean with the program, which is a mirror for Latin America that is led here by FAO. And also, we have several of the topics that were raised in time. Agroecology or the differentiated policies, public purchases, all of that was managed through the regional platform of family agriculture. This is one of the 5 platforms that the general director requested that the regional writers would do. And we were requested to lead the agenda for family agriculture. And we were combining several of these topics, and many of them were just possible with the participation of the organization. So especially agroecology, that in the last year, we have the technical exchange that was very important. So anyways, I couldn't fail to mention that, apart from this learning cycle on the limiting and acknowledging on the territories of the indigenous people and Afro-descendant people. Because here we have another issue that is very much stressed in this work agenda for better life, and then again, with the other areas of work. So everything, like this space of dialogue with 20 years, with all of these work groups here, I believe, Alberto and colleagues, that this area or this field, it is an asset in the region that needs to be looked after and needs to inspire others. And also the agenda for indigenous people also would like to be stressed here. From FAO, with the project, this whole portfolio of projects now, without a doubt, goes through a process of free consent to inform, which is a right of an indigenous people, and for us, it's a good practice. And I put here this accountability of this period of the previous biennium to say that we are following here in these work areas within the area of better life. We want to continue maintaining the issue of gender equality and empowering of rural women. This whole field of inclusive rural transformation, so that is the processes of transformation that are ongoing now, need to pay attention to the inclusion of social groups with which they are working. When I hear the transition process here, for us, it's very clear the agroecological transition can't take place on the backs of the vulnerable people. So we need to find the paths, the solutions to progress in that agenda that is so important. So here we also need to have an area of work linked to food and agricultural emergencies. So we can be creating more resilience, not only in the farms, but also in the territories and within the agri-food systems. This is a concept challenge for all of us, even where we have a number of foreseen actions. And lastly, none of that takes place without investment. The investment done by the agriculturists from the farms to until the investment in public goods that are marked fundamentally in these last two areas of work. So the STAR initiative of FAO called Hand in Hand, we already have it in 14 countries, actions where we identify territories, priority territories for intervention, where not only it has a potential for increasing productivity, but it also, with every dollar of investment, I have better results in the reduction of poverty and the reduction of inequality. That guide the public expenditure, colleagues, that is extremely important. And this was a demand that was coming from governments, and that could and should, and in our case here in Latin America, ever more so, we need to have a dialogue with the organizations of the territories. When we raise a node of investment to the value chain, in general, we're seeing a lot of participation of the organizations of the territories within the projects that we have. And then, since I only have 1 or 2 minutes left, I just wanted to close up with that. Look, of course, nobody's going to be reading those lines, but the presentation is going to be available, so you can read it. And I wanted to stress each one of the things. I would underline 2 or 3. One, the importance of going more and more to the topic of sustainable and inclusive food chains. When we think about food, agri-food systems, and several of my colleagues mentioned this already, the attention to the way in which we produce these, where we produce it, how do we trade it, towards whom we trade this, is something that is in our work plan, and it's something that we do in general. And also, we have an idea here behind, and that is why we have this link of bringing the climate dimension, the environmental dimension to this. So that is why we're presenting this soon in the next RIAFE, a good study on the link between the agenda of indigenous family farming with the environmental agendas. Why? Because what is happening here to a great extent is that the whole public agenda is in that field. So we need to be smart and we need to be finding evidence so family, indigenous, small farming can also be part of those meetings and discussions. That is why we stress the participation of the organizations and the dialogues. Thinking of COP30, FAO made an investment here of taking the organizations and take them so we can all be on the same page. And I believe that is where the agenda is going to in the area of better life, to try to make a link and the sources or a bridge between the technical agenda without leaving anyone behind. So that is the logic of that work area, that dialogues with these other 3 that you mentioned. So thank you very much. I'm always over the time. I'm so sorry. I'm over it. Am I? Okay. Anyways, I'm going to show you my last slide. There we go. Bye.
Listo, entonces, gracias, Luis. Vamos
Okay, thank you very much, Luis. Let's hear the comments by Elsa Sánchez from Clock Via Campesina. That's the feedback to this specific block. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I feel like I'm in family, right? Because I've shared many spaces with Luis. Regarding priority number 4, I'd like to mention that inequality for this sector, those of us that are here, the farmers, fishermen, First Nations, females, women, the youth, it's like a last name. It's a last name because also as presented in his greeting by Mr. Chairman and Director, he presented it with numbers, right, statistics. And I think that that is a bit what we must focus on here, how those statistics, how those numbers, those proposals, with these agreements, we can actually reduce this. And those statistics and the spaces we're at, we somehow conduct our processes with those too, because it's an outcome. Because in addition, you do that, you collect information, you do diagnosis. We as movements, considering the different spaces we have, what's local, regional, global, to sit in these tables, to have a say in these round tables, we have to have those numbers. And in documentation, we've got that established. I love the fact that agroecology is one of the concepts that are here in this proposal. From that, I can recover food sovereignty because it's part of the principles that we and everyone from the farmers movement, including women, we think that this is the right of people to produce. And a comrade from Bolivia said that in the assembly yesterday. It comes from our heart. And well, we have to produce our own food, and that the consumption of that food, as proposed in priority number 1, must reach our dishes are in a healthy manner, right? Our food. And we have, there's a path to life to combat inequality. Now, farmers' production to be effective, in order for it to be effective, it has to have land, water, funding, fair trade, as per what the comrade from Brazil pointed out. And it also has to agree with the technological elements pursuant to our environment, our good living, right? Our livelihoods, for it not to change what we do. And that's where we can incorporate or add equality of women, the youth, from inclusiveness. That's a very important point, because the participation of youth in production, farming has to be linked to families. Our youth, they're not landowners. They have a series of limitations, and to be able to be part of those programs and processes that we know, they have to mentorally be linked to the family. That's why we're incorporating family agriculture, that we have been part of the process from the 10 years, right? And that's where we've met. And that's why we are driving or betting for something that Nautica proposed in her intervention. She said that in the regions, in different regions and countries, it's very important for us to meet, to see each other's faces, to be able to bring this here and now in an agreed, coordinated manner with clear proposals. And that is why we do bet to have a sustainable rural media. Now that has to be pursuant to public policies that are applicable, that are enforceable, that are recognized, and that point number 5, our proposal of governance that we propose from our movement. Why? Because in the midst of our processes, the experience we have, we elaborate, create the plans, we elaborate laws, create laws, defines the movement, the definition. We bring that to covenants, to agreements, to dialogue, and throughout the process, the application is just left on the road. And our proposal, our call, is to enforce all those proposals with the guidelines and the contents that we as a movement have defined. It's great to have that agricultural emergence, right? Just like my comrades from the Caribbean, I'm from a region that's quite vulnerable because I come from the Dominican Republic. I'm at the height of the hurricane, as they say, and in addition to the poorest country of America, which is Haiti. And that is an outcome of all, consequence of all that inequalities impacts all those elements that are here just mentioned that are not put into practice. So what do we understand? The natural disasters, climate change, not based on a phenomenon that occurs at the time, right? There has to be an entire prevention plan. And for prevention plans to happen, to be integrated, that we have to participate, organizations, the movement, because we know even when the river floods or increases, right, the quantity of water it brings, we know everything. We do not sow without the lunar phase, etc. So our participation is critical. We acknowledge the plans, diagnosis, the technical elaborations that are made, right, of these entities. But our participation is critical because if not, execution is zero. It's zero. It's nothing. It does not work. So that's what we feel must be put into practice for that statistic that we proposed at the beginning for it to actually be effective. We proposed, and I fully agree with you, and I have that here written down, that we need to drive our values. We need to foster them, encourage them of our farming production, which is quite rich. We have that in our communities, and we do it ourselves. We produce everything, a lot of things, right? And I can say that, and many of my peers that are here can say this, because not only do we live out in the fields, we are farmers and we produce. And what we produced, we're in a processing phase or base for you to process and to also have investments, because even to obtain a legal process in a country or a name, right, you have to have economic conditions. So I think that you can enter here because we have that experience of processes that we've led in terms of territories where there's projects and things that have been developed. And I fully agree with dialogue and participation. It brings all this. We can bring on the table all this. We can drive an agenda together. We can create a process. Now, that agenda has to have colors. And that is what we're trying to bet for here, to go beyond dialogue, proposal, the definitions, go to actions. And for that purpose, and here I'm going to take a bit from Alberto, we have to have money, and money is critical, yes, for all these processes to happen. And we put a number to that, also with your support, which is to say that we fully agree with that entire part of innovation, technology, and all those processes that happen as long as they are within the framework, the regulations of our environments and our territories. We're still betting for the inclusion part to actually exist. And within that inclusion, the struggle of women and the youth do not emerge out of nowhere. It was something that happened there, emerged from there. And that's where the business plans came from and all those processes that are happening internally in the countries, which is to say that this is a bet for us to progress for the movement with all the elements that we're bringing here, for us to be able to go into action, and the plans that are organized based on this, and that we truly must mention that this consultation process is a fruit of that, right? It's a consequence of that for us, our opinions to be in place, for all those opinions and those elements to be part of the entire process that we're leading. And finally, I do understand, and I continue stressing the fact that community organized participation is critical, because Everyone that is here has a local infrastructure. From local part, we go to the provincial part, to regional, national, the country structure, and then to countries. And I, in a quite personal way here, I still stress that the productive experience of our countries, we understand that we must provide more value. The fact that Haiti is in those conditions is also something that is political as a consequence of something political, and we need to drive that. We have to recognize the value of this entire agricultural reform in Cuba. This is a vision of transformation, exchange, experience, coordination with Latin American movement and the global movement, because when we're part of the farm life, we can drive this, and we understand that that value must be provided here. I met the former director of the FAO in Cuba in a process that was there, and he participated with us in a congress. And we have to continue advancing, progressing in all these contexts we have, and I think in the progress we have, and I think it's very important for us to continue naming the entire proposal we have. And we understand that in addition to the youth, women, other spaces have to enter, right? Because we have to work with diversity spaces. We understand that it's critical for them to also be part of this. I don't know if I can say anything else. Okay, 10.5 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Elsa. If we could go back to the plenary, I think we'll have an interesting session now, Luis, on regional priority number 5, and then we can go into debate, okay? I'd like to invite Ivy to come to the stage. Israel is here with us online. Maya is also here, and he'll present. The dynamic will be different now, right? Perla will present on regional priority number 5. And then we, as the FAO team, we will react. So we've got the chairs right there. Everyone knows Perla Alvarez Brites. He's a representative of the National Coordinator of Organizations of Indigenous Female Workers, CONAMURI. She'll present on regional priority number 5 on governance.
Adelante, Perla. Adelante.
Okay, Perla, the floor is yours.
Campesina, Xerecope. De Quay.
Serecope, farmer from Quay. I'm saying this in Guarani.
Campesino que no estaba reconociendo rápidamente esta cuestión, pero ya.
Since I'm a farmer, I was not recognizing this rapidly, but anyway, we're here. First of all, to everyone in the Continental Partnership for Food Sovereignty in Latin America and the Caribbean, our comrades from the English-speaking Caribbean, I'd also like to thank, through the piloting committee, the possibility of generating the 5th priority. The FAO just informed us on their work and proposal around 4 priorities. We've been discussing the need to strengthen, improving, qualifying our participation. We do not deny the fact that we must have participation. Our peers remembered in our prior days and our meetings that since 2006, we have active participation in our consultation processes in the FAO. We expressed our concerns, our proposals. We also do demands on the circumstances. We demand the circumstances that suppress us and reduce the possibilities of better life, like we're hearing about here, right? Better production or better care for the environment, better environment, that we all know about this because we historically and ancestrally bring that livelihood, that from the care of our territories. And someone mentioned yesterday ocean territory, right? Or Maritorio. We know that Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the richest territories in terms of diversity in the entire planet. And it's thanks to the care that we implement and our ancestors, right? The ones that came before us. And this diversity, I said, because we have mountains, and in the mountains, there are hills, there are people, there are animals, there's life. But there's culture, and culture they know how to maintain. Now, this fifth priority, we want the conference number 38, the 38th FAO conference to gather, the one that will be held in Guyana next month, right? Many times that seems quite far away, right, for us in Latin America, the Caribbean, not given the language they speak, but because we've related so little with movements from those countries, and we've claimed the possibility that for this consultation, some of the comrades from that country, they were to be here. But anyway, many of us here, I don't know if many of us have direct engagement with some of those countries. When we talk about participation, we made the effort to be here. There's diversity that represents us, right? We have people, peers, habitat peers. We have people that are at the trade, social economy. Everyone, we're all consumers. We have this link. We do not have the organization from consumers, but we have representation here. We are representing the entire array, the entire productive chain. If we look at the economic financial point of view, that entire productive chain, we see that there are policies that we're concerned about, concern us that affect the decision making on our lives and the lives of the generations to come. And in that decision-making process, we demand participation, and we've earned spaces for participation, political, institutional participation, even through the Food Council, through civil society and indigenous peoples. And this has been thanks to an articulation effort from different struggles that we actually celebrate the fact that we've achieved those spaces, and we acknowledge that these spaces have been valid because today in the documents we have the results of those dialogues, and in documents we gather some of our demands, some of our proposals. But when we reach our territories, the theoretical elaboration or political elaboration, they get there without resources and without any type of link with our territorial organizations or engagement. Now, it is there that we propose the fact that through this space of dialogue the FAO is opening for us, which is not a gift, which is something we've earned, we want this to be permanent and not only in events, specific events. We value the fact that we can discuss every so many years to gather and talk about the documents the FAO proposes, right? Not as an accountability, but an association of works, and also to gather inputs for our next plan. We said in our prior conference, we talked about the need of establishing a time for intermediate monitoring. And this year, well, last year, I think in August, we've had that opportunity, a bit forced, right? The opportunity because they confirmed one week before. Nevertheless, we were here, or we were there to talk. We recognize every little step we take, and we recognize that it's a result or outcome of our struggles. But it's not enough. It's not enough. Why? Because in our territories, we're still being displaced. We are still being poisoned. We are still being forced. They still destroy our hills, our mountains, sometimes with an appearance that seems casual or an accident, many times provoked cause by a mercantile interest of real estate companies or companies in the agribusiness sector. And this is also important for water-based territory, maritime territories, not necessarily land. But also in our territories, we are still being enslaved to the poor payment of salary-based work, right? Or not the non-recognition, non-acknowledgement of some of the main labor we conduct, mainly the care-related work, right? The caring for another individual or woman, we leave that sector. Now, when we talk about participation, engagement, we talk about effective engagement that is not concluded. We actually even value consultations, but we do not want to just stay with this consultation process when they say, wait, what do you want? When we say we want this, we want agroecology, we want funding of the agroecological transition, we want fair trade, we want for health to have a comprehensive perspective and view, not only the one that cures us due to everything that we're demanding, but something that is preventive, that we can have even based from our own feed or food. And not because we're poor that you're just feeding us ultra-processed cheap food that damages, that is a benefit later for the companies that will sell the medications to us. At the end of the day, they break down our stomach again, and the dependent situation is thus worsened. So when we talk about participation, we talk about full, effective, informed, good quality information in a language that is accessible to us. And in this point, I'd like to demand that the information, the presentations that we had here on screen they were in gray, the font, and I cannot see it. I don't know if it's just me, but I'd like to demand this publicly, that there's another color there. When we're just talking about accessibility, we're talking about prior information, timely information, because we on our daily doing in terms of productive work or the commercial exchange we do, because we have that trade, right, or consumption, and that labor or consumption, yes, where we have to be working or in the organization of our bases or grassroots, the time it takes for reading the documents is a long time for us. And I don't want you to say that I'm here just expressing our demands, but I'm also recognizing here that you've been part of our advance of progress, right, in terms of participation. That's what we were demanding, for a bit more room for participation here, for us to seek collective mechanisms. For example, when we talk that the supply demand or the consumption market is it truly the consumption market that demands, or is it the companies that demand from us new food products? They've imposed models in the entire production chain, and we want to have the participation of, on the one hand, we must cover our practices without and incorporating the knowledge, the scientific knowledge that is no more than the systematization of experience, without leaving that aside, evidencing or evidence of what we've been doing, a systematized evidence of what we have done in the past. That's what we talk about agroecology, not reducing this to mere production, not reduced to agriculture, including livestock, including of sector or fishing, including recollection, gathering, processing, including generation of solidarity markets, and a proof that our proposals solve the hunger and food problem, famine, the climate crisis. All that is what we've done during COVID-19. If we have not passed away or died more than what we've had to bury, or those that they buried for us without saying goodbye, it's because that in indigenous and First Nations and fishing and everything that's happening is because we've had ancestral medicine, medications, food that reached societies in a voluntary manner. That is why we are reclaiming these participation spaces, and we're not saying that we just we're just reproduced linked to civil society and First Nations. Let's look for other mechanisms that include us. We want these participation mechanisms to elect the agreed instruments, international instruments, despite the fact that they do not gather all of our desires, like the Declaration of the Farmers' Right or other peoples that work in rural areas. We want the proposals from the First Nations treaties to be gathered. We want the design of family agriculture to be gathered, everything that we propose there. We want this mechanism, participation mechanism, that we called here, for that to work not only in the consultation process, but in governance, where we can have a minimum control of what decision-making of these topics we're interested on demands from us: agriculture, fishing, food production, and environment. If we do not care for environment, we will not have the possibility of leaving everything for whoever comes after us. This would be the matrix. This would be the core of why we're requesting this fifth priority for the FAO. Having said that, I'd like to propose some questions that could maybe help us to answer, or help you from the FAO answer, or also help us, our comrades and our peers in the groups that will be working this afternoon. What would be the fields, the areas of governance of the regional FAO conference that they have as a priority, and how can we effectively support that participation of our peers, our comrades? How can the FAO and strengthen the participation of the international agendas that we just mentioned? How, like the Declaration of Farmers' Right, the voluntary guidelines, the commitments of international entities, international treaties in Latin America and the Caribbean, how can the FAO strengthen joint work with our networks and the Continental Alliance on Food Sovereignty in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the organizations that do not speak Spanish or Portuguese, right? Which is much easier for us to understand between each other, but with the help of interpretation, our peers from the Caribbean are actually hearing us right today. But what are the topics that we can encourage, promote within the strategic framework of the FAO, among which we've mentioned our needs already? What's a permanent consultation mechanism that we can develop together, so we can follow up this monitoring evaluation process of the results and recommendations and policies of countries? How can the FAO support organizations to translate these results into the projects, the regional projects that FAO is promoting? And what are the capacities? How can we channel funding through our organizations in our countries, and the recommendations that the FAO can make in our countries? Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We continue with the questions now.
Esa temática de
The truth is that this issue of governance for us is very relevant.
de Perla, cómo
So
también
I would
baja
add in the words of Perla how to bring this dialogue down and this closeness among the FAO social movements at a country level. I believe some countries are more challenging than others, but the good thing is that at the very least in the regional office, with those who are here, plus Israel Rios, who is joining us online, we are the technical teams leading those topics. So from here, we can get interesting ideas and hopefully we can accompany these commitments that can come here today and see how to progress during these next 2 years until the next conference. So I leave the word to the colleague. We are delayed, I'm afraid. The lunch is going to be at 1:30. I'll let you know. For those who are hungry, lunch is at 1:30. So sorry. The Brazilians didn't like that because Brazilians have lunch at 12. So we're going to have a round of reactions related to the governance questions. And we would start with the priorities in the order that we presented, maybe? Or maybe Maya starts. Maya closes. All right. So, Anna, comment the questions, reactions, and concrete ideas. Thank you. Thank you, Luca. Thank you also for your questions and for the different participations that we've had based on the improvements in civil society. An important thing, firstly, it is to value the approaches that, thanks to the civil society, we've had here, all of these inputs, before reacting to questions. So going to questions, I believe it's important to comment, or maybe at least give some clarity to the fact that none of the actions that we do is done without the due consultation with the governments, with the ministries, with the government institutional stakeholders and the communities and producers. So I believe that is part of governance itself and the mechanisms which we enforce as institutions. So that is important as well. As a FAO, we are also a part of a big universe of stakeholders that need to be acting to address problems. We're one of many. As a society, we have one of many with the force it has. And on this, the treatment, it is what we're looking to give to topics is interdisciplinary, is intersectorial, because the transformation of agri-food system is a topic that compels ministries of agriculture as well, and other ministries and other sectors, other disciplines, other stakeholders, as well as the academia, the scientific parts, support systems, financial services that we're highlighting here. So these are topics that comprehend a lot of disciplines and a lot of sectors, and that is very complex as well. It takes more time to go to that transition, to that commitment, to that awareness, to achieve participative governance. That is also important to leave clarity on. So from the part of better production, we have different commissions, we have different platforms of dialogue, technical and political dialogue that favor governance. And to mention a few, because the time is very narrow, we have dialogue, technical, political platforms from the stock parts. We have Corelac, for instance. We also have COFLAC from the forestry part. That also comprehends the environmental part. We also have the food World Security Programs that dictate recommendations of policy in the framework of agroecology. Just to put an example, we have COPESAL that has to do with aquaculture and fisheries. So just like that, we have other examples. And this technical political dialogue instances discuss these improvements and challenges. And they also provide technical recommendations that hopefully should be complied with in different countries. But definitely, we still have a gap and a number of opportunities and a number of actions that demand more incidence, because the public policy is nothing without public policy. Public policy is nothing without the public incidents. So from the civil society sector is something that we want to reinforce as well. So that's what we have. We have contemplated governance mechanisms as well. What you put on the table also helps us to strengthen what we're doing. You take this into account and we take notes. Thank you.
Israel.
Sí, gracias,
Back to
Duca.
Israel.
Y desde Panamá,
Thank you,
Es
Luca, from Panama.
2 minutitos, 3 máximo.
Israel,
muchísimas
2-3 minutes maximum.
gracias.
Thank you, Luca and Paola and Paola, for sharing your vision of how the work of FAO should be through its priority programs. In the case of better nutrition, we highlight the lineup that we have with the strategies mentioned by Paola and its participation, especially this defense of the traditions, cultures, local production, and everything, and exerting this balance in the food system through the
consumidores podemos ejercer en el sistema alimentario y ahí la
through the
participación
so
del
this is what as consumers we can do in the food system, and the participation of the civil society is key here. Related to the governance mechanisms, I would like to repeat that was mentioned by my colleagues.
las
The
apuestas que
academia, FAO Academy, is one of the bets that we have in this new program
integra las
that
cuatro mejores
integrates the full improvements. Could also be a platform for our training and the strengthening of capacities around the experiences of the civil society organizations and how to integrate them to the doing of FAO. I'd like to also highlight, finally, Duca, if you allow me, the importance for the whole region of the select plan for food and nutritional security, which is the mechanism for work that will allow us to achieve all of these proposals that you've mentioned. In this select plan for F&S, we have aspects of agroecology governance. We have aspects of revaluing of the local farming production, or this crisis we have in terms of the loss of biodiversity in our region. So to finalize, I would like to invite you to join this effort through the select plan for F&S and make it your own in favor of healthy diets. Go ahead. Thank you, Israel.
Entonces,
Very quickly then. For issues of governance, I would like to suggest the platform for climate action. I believe this is a very good space. We have the Secretariat. So for us, it is very simple to open up a space for civil society and participate directly within PLACA. And for the issue of projects, the environmental component, as you saw, is very much focused on the making of environmental and climate projects. Within the structure of the cycle of projects, we have mechanisms for consultations that are integrated. Also, we have ways of implementation, joint implementation ways with communities through systems of governance of projects where we can have an integration of community groups, or we can have an integration of any type of local organization that is established in the governance mechanisms of the projects. So it will be very important to spread information. This is where we can have a direct incidence of how we're going to be implementing projects in the territories. Even though we make the consultations, one thing is to make these consultations reply to the needs, but another thing is to promote direct governance. So then, through these mechanisms, I would like to suggest, please use them, because it will be key for us to guarantee the sustainability of any intervention in the territories. Thank you, Evie. Very interesting, because the projects in the end of the day, they bring the actions of FAO in the countries in the end of the day. And Luis.
Vou marcar o tempo só para calcular quanto tu passou.
I'm just going to put the time here, just to conclude here. I'm going to make a real dialogue, because I believe that is what we're doing, right? I believe it is very important, this call for action that you're putting here. Part of the response, Evie, is already on the table. Part of that space for the participation can take place through projects. Our portfolio of projects, it is fundamentally national ones, right? It is not regional. Some interventions or actions go through a regional dimension as the one we're doing now. I think one thing we can do now is to register our national offices and understand how to make better use of the relationship, the dialogue, what methods of dialogue with the organizations at a national level we have. I believe from the other side, and here, I would also like to make the invitation. I believe we should go deeper into the knowledge of the organizations, of the functioning of the organizations of the UN system and FAO. Between the voluntarism that we can have and the rules of the game that are given, and an instance of governance, in our case in Rome, there's a distance, there's a limit of action. So I believe that it is also important not to generate expectations that we can later not comply with. To go into a real dialogue, how do we have these conditions today? Second, in the regional actions, I believe that we need to be paying more attention to, from the beginning, to think of an activity that is already including the organizations. We have several good examples of this, such as the Latin American meeting of that we did, and we also have not so good examples. The cost of transaction passes by, etc. So this kind of attention is coming from you for themselves. So what are the agendas that we can promote together? I believe those in the strategic framework of us, so we don't have any possibility of inventing anymore. This is a strategic framework. It is broad, as you know, is broad enough to put the topics on the table: rural women, rural youth, Afro-rurality, which is something that we also did in this innovative way. 11 countries had to be here with authorities, and the governments, indigenous people, agroecology, and what was somewhere here. I believe this is the agenda that we can work on together, without forgetting about the spaces that we're gaining already, which we put is very, it is not by chance. So these are places such as 20 years of REAFI. It was hard to maintain this. FAO was with our resources that we kept the technical secretariat. We didn't have the organization that we would want, as it was at any time. And that is what I mean, to understand the mechanism. Some countries and pushing certain agendas, and then it's your role in the countries, in the regional spaces, to force your governments. It's an important thing, because we have the limitations of being international workers, because we come to a point, and I believe that is something we also need to know. It is the way it is. We are all in our own space. And I believe that, lastly, in this space, we have the resources. FAO, unlike other organizations, we are especially the technical body here. Of course, we love to go back and have a full house and discussions, 3, 4, 5 days, and we make a big effort and mobilization of resources for that. But ever more so, it gets more difficult. So it's a mancomunated effort here. I don't know if we can manage to have this space that is proposed by the consultation between conference and others. And I believe we have a commitment of doing this and do something that we're doing that week, combining activities, events. You have the consult, the assembly of the alliance here, COPROFAM, and maybe among all of us, think of how do we make a better and more efficient use of the scarce resources. And I don't believe they're going to be increasing from what I said before. Give me a moment of greater restriction and so on. So I believe here is an invitation that takes place with 5th priority of thinking more in a smarter way, how to use the spaces that we already have foreseen in a way to expand the participation and make a better use with more power for what can come with the collective intelligence of organizations. So that is my reaction, my quick reaction to all the presentations. Maya, and then we'll close. 3 minutes. We're very, very late. I'm gonna try not to repeat myself with everyone else. I believe I would like to thank this call for attention, this call to action for the fifth priority. I just wanted to mention that we can't have 5 priority, please. A strategic framework has 4. I just want to reinforce governance is part of the accelerator of the strategic frame. It is there. That does not mean that is visible or that we should not improve. So without a doubt, we have to improve. From our side, it is to consider that. But what is an accelerator? Is the how. If we don't have a mechanism for governance that is functioning and that is suitable, we're never going to be achieving the SDGs. We're never going to be achieving the 4 improvements, and we're not going to achieve our program. For me, it is an important commitment that is bringing exactly what is in the strategic frame. So also, we need to also be strengthening the concept within FAO of the mechanisms of governance. So these mechanisms are participative, because it's not necessarily when we talk about governance, we're speaking that these mechanisms are participating, they are consolidated, or we have a mechanism that makes them be here. So Duca even share these already with our strategic frame. We have a document launched for FAO, a global document on this. And then we shared with you what I thought was very good, the focus in the governance for a normative support, a technical support that is more effective. That is, governance needs to be improved so we have more effectiveness and more aim. And one of the conclusions there is that within the assessment that is done of all of the concepts that are used of governance within FAO, among all of the processes, frameworks, voluntary guidelines, all of these processes that you mentioned, that we know a broader concept of governance that includes the participation of civil society as an essential element of the whole program for the development. For me, this is the main message. There's differences, there's projects, there's heterogeneity between regions and countries, but we do have a regional role of promoting these spaces. And for me, this is a very important space of governance for the regional one. The level of countries, the most important space here is taking place because of the planning and to the frameworks of the country plannings. And this space is the regional conference. It is a space for monitoring and planning. For the countries, this is an important space for planning, and also we have some monitoring, and we also have some assessment mechanisms, the assessment mechanisms for the program and the projects. Because as we say, our program is implemented through projects. We need to assess projects and we need to assess programs. So what is the program? So we need to change the mechanisms for broader assessment for corporate of FAO, which is the stakeholder survey, which is a survey that we do for all of our assessments of how we progressed in our commitments. So maybe I commit myself to work with Duca in what are these mechanisms that we have today within FAO for monitoring, for planning, for monitoring, assessment, and governance, where you can have an incidence of the civil society and work better with this training to give this visibility. And I also wanted to add something that we didn't put here, but it's just by finalizing here that while we have mechanisms for consultation in projects, we do have projects that are specifically built to give civil society and the civil society organizations the capacity of implementation. So this, which was mentioned by Luis, is one of them. We work with organizations. They are the main stakeholders. So we have people. A global program of the EU is not everywhere here, but we have the First Forum facility, and it's not a global thing, but we do implement the countries. It is implemented as a civil society organization. So These mechanisms are also important that we should have in mind how can we expand these projects. Thank you. I am so sorry, but I need to cut you. Otherwise, we're going to be staying here the whole day. Thank you, Maya. I believe it was a very good, quick look. If you made notes between now and tomorrow, we're going to be here, not the whole time, but we're here in the building, we have the colleagues, and we can go back and work on this and maybe get some ideas going. Before going to Lady Evie Crawley here with us, we have in the agenda return on the dialogues of other two topics that you define as relevant and that maybe we did previous dialogues to the council that has to do with gender and youth beyond the fifth regional priority. So I would like to invite you to listen, and then we need to ask. So please take 5 minutes for the presentation. So I'm gonna call to the podium now Laura Hernandez for the synthesis of the dialogue with the youth. If you can take that, even better. Please, Laura. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Nos va a presentar
So Laura will present as what was the gender dialogue, and Maria Carolina Crawley will tell us about the gender dialogue as well. If you can, for 5 minutes, if you can present in 5 minutes, thank you.
Buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to present the results of the thematic, the theme, gender equality and the necessary actions to reduce gaps. We have different CSOs here, and we work on different thematic groups. And I'm going to show our reflections for the regional priorities implemented by the FAO, their contribution towards better production. The FAO is a referent for information, despite the fact that the FAO did not participate directly regarding the issues of agricultural livestock development. We see that they're not properly adjusted to gender. The problem that the Caribbean has collaborated with FAO for economic contribution. They have helped contribute with the social development. The impact of climate change has impacted agricultural production. Regarding the regional priorities, in terms of better environment, part of the contributions were there's a lack of knowledge, general knowledge on the programs and policies of the FAO regarding local and community-based CSOs, civil society organizations. Their information is not being lowered in an effective manner. The effective actions are being affected by the clientelism of the state. The gender action plans and indigenous and First Nations plans are quite brief. They're quite delayed. Proposals in terms of climate change are quite delayed. No national consultations have been made on FAO priorities, and civil society organizations have not been summoned. Regarding regional priorities and better nutrition, the proposals have to be built together with women because they're protagonists of food sovereignty, the exercise of food sovereignty. The call, the summoning to incorporate gender of the FAO is valid, but we consider that the access to nutritional food, the problem, we need the wages to be fair for us to have the purchasing power to buy them. We also need interinstitutional work in different countries to be able to cover the agriculture and food agenda. We consider that to speak about better nutrition, access to land and natural resources is critical. It's necessary to increase measures to hamper the concentration of lands and damage to plantations and pollutants. So we need to recognize more food sovereignty for communities to define what to eat and how to feed. Regarding regional priorities for better life, we assess that the inclusion of women that are in rural areas must be a reality to drive their empowerment and advance towards equity through the access to health systems, education, inclusion in the labor, working world, production systems, to land, to credits, to financial and social resources, and the measures that allow tasks of care and tasks in the home not to be obstacles. We need to drive connectivity and access to technological media, focus on the participation of women in different scenarios. We found agreement within the main gender gaps that we have in the region, and we reflected on some of them. Access to right, to health, to life, to land and territory, participation, political participation, care, education, security, safety, and work, access to credit and funding. We also have limits in the trading of products. It's critical that the care system is exclusive for women because it's an obstacle, right? Because it reduces its active participation in the tasks outside the household. There's no leadership opportunities for women. Therefore, there are gender gaps in decision making. There are gender gaps between urban and rural women too. What do we think is critical? What must we do for better production? What were our recommendations to impact in the development of public policies for access to land and households, or to support with technical assistance to overcome the limitations on trading of products, marketing of products, to provide technical assistance to strengthen the creation of added value in terms of raw material, to commit a bit more in the agricultural practice of women beyond theory, promote actions to increase security for rural women that commute to trade their products, to strengthen nurseries, for example, for the care of children, while mothers work on the care, to generate training policies for women that match the free time of women, to facilitate access, to enable access, to impact in children and gender, to train in terms of gender equality and rights of women and the young people, to consider food in a vertical manner and the production system till consumption, to strengthen all the steps in the chain, to disseminate the work of women. For a better environment, the priority actions are to analyze the link between environmental violence and gender violence, the drug trafficking, violence in food systems, intersectionality, making visible the care of women, the school discrimination, etc., to generate spaces to share experiences on the access to water, water technology, human consumption, agroecological production, organic, sustainable, to conduct a better program for dissemination of policies and mechanisms of the FAO to promote engagement between civil society organizations and the FAO for the development of proposals with gender perspective that are intersectional, etc. To conduct recommendations to states to increase budgets focus on women, to create care policies in the food systems, to develop different strategies for maintaining the food systems and installation of resilient systems, to care for mega project situations, to impact on the states for the legislation of environmental advocates or defenders, and to prioritize the management of our territories. For better nutrition, the priorities are to limit agro companies, to promote policies for women to access land, to promote stimulation for land, to stimulate land, to make visible the differences and benefits of ecological products on the conventional products, to advance on the recognition and implementation of the international framework on human rights, like the declaration, the UN Declaration for Farmers' Rights and other people that work in rural areas. For a better life, the priority actions include promote comprehensive women work, to promote training in different areas, to strengthen capacities for women to add value to their products, the strengthening promotion of women to generate policies for rural areas during harvest, for us to build safe paths for women, to promote intergenerational work and the exchange of knowledge, to dignify women and the youth and the territory with concrete actions that strengthen empowerment, to promote that the governments conduct reforms to advance towards equity, to create spaces for the care of children, the representatives of civil society organizations. We propose the next participation mechanisms for participation monitoring and follow-up mechanisms. Develop more linking with the food-producing women organizations to promote the participation of civil society organizations with training programs and education programs to strengthen communication and linking in joint collaboration, developing dissemination mechanisms to know the structure and the chart structure of the FAO to know who to direct to in specific tasks, to promote partnerships with companies, local governments, to promote partnerships between organizations, to promote research, to generate follow-up mechanisms with gender perspective, intersectoral, intergenerational, and to drive economic measures that let you have active participation in monitoring, to generate recurring funds for organizations, to create focal groups, focus groups, to do monitoring through social media. The monitoring policies focus on a healthy environment, for especially focus on the criminalization, the violences that the advocates for human rights or the territories that go through, generate examination mechanisms with participation in CSOs, that policies and the FAOs visits the states in person to safeguard human rights to food and feeding. Thank you.
Laura, entonces, nos va a contar los
Laura is going to tell us about the results.
Adelante. Es que hay que apagar ya. Solo puede tener dos abiertos.
Bueno,
You can only have two open at the time. A bit of context about the intention of the thematic dialogues. They were made with the objective. It was important to recognize the participation of women and the youth in feed and agriculture. That's why we created these thematic dialogues. Compared with the prior conference, different from it, we did not have these thematic dialogues or conversations. In this consultation process, it was included. That's very important. It's worth noting. And here I'm going to present our diagram as partnership. And here in this flyer, we want diversity of organizations and collective movements, leaderships, and the youth that work on food and agriculture. So next slide, please. I'm going to share here. Next slide. In this next slide, we created an activity to know if the participants of this thematic dialogue, we wanted to know where they came from or what are the activities that they were conducting, and they're not clicking on the slide, but as a comment, they mentioned that they're in food production, aquaculture, the creation of compost, composting, fair trade, and fair food, and this includes the activities where the youth participate in, right? Also in terms of advising and planning, decision making, but also there's a part where they recognize participating in digitalization in the academy and in research. There's to say that we had different sectors in this this conversation with the youth or thematic dialogue. What were the objectives? We proposed many of them, but the same objectives in the youth are parallel to the gender objectives. We built the methodology within the Alliance team, but also with the FAO team. One of these first objectives was related with debating on these 4 improvements, which have been mentioned here already, but we must know what the FAO has done for the youth. What are the programs, the actions, and if these are providing an answer to the needs and interests of the youth in the region. On the one hand side, well, another objective was to gather all the proposals or actions of the youth regarding these 4 improvements and the proposals that the FAO works on. Next one, please. What is our input? We know this, and there's clarity on this basic document, including the priorities and strategic framework of the FAO that we must know. From 2022 towards 2031, we must also consider the 4 improvements We talk about walking towards agri-food systems. Agri-food systems, that's another input. And the fact that for the FAO, the youth is cross-cutting, critical. We took that as a basic input. And something that's also related was the presentation of Valentina Morales, who's a focal point of the rural youth of the FAO. She told us with her presentation about the actions from regional FAO, but we're also able to get some we've been able to get some impact on the challenges that the youth have presented. Now we've asked generating questions focused on two topics. First of all, to know about the areas of priorities that the youth have regarding food and agriculture, and also number two is for them to put different mechanisms according to their perspective, which are necessary to ensure these four improvements. And we are the betters, right? We also have a number three, recommendations and proposals for states and for the FAO. So on the next slides, you will be able to see, and I'm not going to focus here on this, but I did wanted to bring and present what the groups put here. I'm not going to read this point by point because we don't have enough time, but we will send the presentation. And as a commitment with the participants was to send all this information, or the attendees, but I did not want to cut this short because I think that as a youth, we have to bring the entire, all the words, right? Everything. So let's progress with the slides and let's stay at the one that says recommendations. What we did was create a summary of everything that we've commented on the first groups: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. And we included the central ideas. Number one was that the youth, that we needed access to land and territories for the youth, just like for women, but for the youth, which was something we commented here in the roundtable or on the stage. Another important point is mechanisms for effective participation, not only to be present in spaces, but also to have a voice, an impact, or incidence, and fully participate in. This is in the context from within as a civil society, but also in the spaces that have an impact within the FAO to have different political spaces to impact. It's also important to have public policies with an intersectional approach, which means a gender approach from different sectors, for example, First Nations youth, farmers youth, fishermen's youth, but also to talk about the vital cycle, the cycle of life for the youth.
Se comentó mucho fue retomar las experiencias y
We
saberes.
commented much on going back to experiences and the knowledge of the youth for the design of programs in different countries. Something they also pointed out was that we needed strengthening technical assistance, economic financial stimuli, and programs, FAO programs focused on the youth. In addition to promoting dialogues and peer exchange, spaces for the youth, for youth discussion on the practices and proposals we have. They also talked about the recognition and recovery of ancestral and traditional knowledge. The youth also, we need to make visible that the youth uses technologies. That's as a strength. Last but not least, the youth in this thematic dialogue or discussion positioned agroecology, food sovereignty, solidarity, economy, and ancestral knowledge or know-how as that guideline for the participation of the youth. So I would like to thank you very much for the articulated work between the partnership and the FAO for these thematic conversations or discussions, which we hope are replicated in this civil society consultation process. Okay, thank you. Thank you to both. As you can see, there's one person here that asked for the floor. I think I don't see any hands on Zoom, but there's two people here. So we'll open some space. You're not hungry, it seems, right? Okay, let's go with the first person here. The microphone is here somewhere. You can ask your questions from there. And thank you very much for being part of the plenary. And if your colleagues, if you want, you can come up to the stage again, or if you want, we can give you the floor, the microphone too, if you want to intervene. Hello, good morning. Name, organization, and a brief intervention, please, because we're a bit late on time. Iver Góngora Farias is my name, from ancestral peoples in the Manglares ecosystem of Ecuador, part of the Latin American Alliance from maritime ecosystems. I'm here today as a representative of the Global Forum on Fishing Peoples, and I'm here concerned because look at the numbers that the FAO presented in terms of mangroves. They're still terrible, worse, they're terrible numbers. Since 1992, from the Rivers Conference, the Environment Conference, we've been talking about the world sustainability, sustainable, and we're overcomplicating our lives. Today, we're not advancing, we're back. The secretary told us that we've improved poverty, we've exited a bit, but he also mentioned that those of us that truly know that the data is the people that live in those territories. It's very important what he said. We do come from those territories. Hunger is worsening, deepening. We know this very well. The climate crisis is present in all our territories. I come from the mangroves ecosystem, which is one of the most productive ecosystems in the planet. It accounts 1% of forest that has been destroyed, in more than 50% forest, right? According to FAO data. The FAO is also telling us that there's deforestation of 3.5 million hectares of forest each year. It's quite complicated because there's deforestation. And I'll be brief, as I said. I'll be brief. And since you're the ones that actually that put things into practice, that's what I understood from your practices, that you're doing the craftsmanship and you do the follow-up for our governments to have that. But I'd like to advise then, it's complicated when you receive these numbers, which are quite betraying numbers. Why am I saying that? Because the FAO tells us that when the conference and the rivers, it's telling us that the mangroves ecosystem is losing a large percentage. Now, the same FAO is telling us that in the last 25 years, we've cut only 25%, logged only 25%, the same thing as forests, and we're overcomplicating everything. So I'd like to request and recommend in this meeting, beyond the topic that we're covering today, is that please suggest to your technical advisors not to forget history, because the truth is that we've lost more than 50% of the mangroves. Our artisanal or fishing or small fishing has growth decreasing more than 50% according to the same data. So I'd like to suggest and advise for you to tell your technical advisors that when we
¿verdad? Eso nomás, nada más, no era muy largo.
and well, that was it for me. So yes. Okay.
Mira, vamos a acotar a 5 intervenciones o 6 máximo. 7. Ya, seguimos
We have
aquí.
5 interventions, 7 maximum, so we continue here, and we continue with the lady in the front.
Okay.
All right. I'm Marco Velarde from the Movement of the Health of People. Thank you for the space. I would like to convey the words of our partner that had to leave, Javier Sousa Casarillo, the regional coordinator of RAPAL, the Network for Actions for Weed Killers and its Alternatives for Latin America. He wants to say that International Conference for Medical Chemical Substances, they encourage countries with elimination of highly dangerous weed killers, and they have a global alliance for highly dangerous pesticides, and they want to eliminate these highly dangerous pesticides, but at the same time, as it is said in this consultation, their replacement by agroecology. So let's convey that, and also that call to convey for the involvement of FAO and lead this alliance. Now I would like to say from organization, from the Movement of the Health of the Peoples, and firstly, we manage, as it was said already in this consultation, that the work plan should prioritize agroecology, as it was said today, because decisively, agroecology as a practical science of social movement contributes to better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life, and also to equality in our societies, which is one of the other objectives. However, when we go into this building, we see that the synthesis of charts of best production and this document that we will receive is a white baron in a suit, stepping a monocrop and hugging a drone. So this is the graphic synthesis of what FAO in this building understands as better production. And at the same time, it is expressed in the report, this prioritization of digital agriculture. In the same way, we need to repeat in this space the questioning towards the agreement signed by FAO globally with CropLife, the chemical oligopoly and responsible for the manufacturing of transgenics and agrotoxics, and specific agreements with some of the companies from that oligopoly sector. With this, what I say, I would like to call FAO to resolve these internal contradictions that mean that this work plan should not be decisively to one side or the other, but it's very clear that from civil society organizations and social movements, we understand the challenge that is demanded by the diagnosis of the report here, the critical situation that we're living, and that calls for a radical transformation of agri-food systems require vigorous meetings. This is agroecology and this the food sovereignty. Two key things, and with this I finish. Based on better nutrition, apart from everything that was said by Paola, and we adhere to that, we talked about pollutants from the food system, and you didn't mention agrochemical waste present in most foods, but you did talk about heavy metals of other activities, so please bear in mind. And you also mentioned the resistance to antimicrobial, and we celebrate this as a part of the work. But this implies to make problematize the use of 70% of the antibiotics used for animal husbandry. And this means that we problematize the industrial consumption of meat necessarily because of the overcrowding of animals. We need the antibiotics and the antivirals that, among other things, they are in the water that we drink. And also we ask, among those contaminants, you take into account the residues of antibiotics and antimicrobials. And as it was said, lastly, problematize the ultra-processed foods. Since we talk about healthy diets, we are practically making our food patterns more homogeneous with rich fat, rich sugar diets and chemical additives and the lot. So we want to guarantee the human right to suitable diets. We need to work on these matters that conspire with the existence of a suitable diet. And lastly, and I promise this is the last bit,
Una transformación decisiva
a
hacia
transformation, a decisive transformation towards other food system that is based on agroecology and food sovereignty. Food sovereignty as a paradigm, as we said already, a paradigm that is truly transformative with agroecology, with the centrality of family agriculture, traditional farming as well, and the short chains reflected in the report with the localization of agri-food systems, with the needs of the the reforms, the agrarian reforms, and also it seems as a common patrimony of the people at the service of humanity. Water should be a common good, and also food should become like a fundamental right. We're offered now a decisive solution for the transformation that claim our agri-food systems in these times of crisis. Thank you. Let's go here now.
No, aquí primero, después.
Here first.
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy presidenta de la Corporación
Sara
Nacional.
Carrillo, I'm the president of the National Corporation of Women of the Animal Fisheries of Chile, of like family fisheries in Chile, and I'm a member of the World Forum of small fishing practices, and also a leader of the female fisher practices. So when you talk about fishing and agriculture, we would like to add collection. The collection today mostly are women. Therefore, the collection of algae, mussels, etc., today needs to be on the table of the people, of the communities, and we should speak of guarantees and sovereignties, but we are going to be women who progress in that line. We need to acknowledge the pre-capture, post-capture, or post-harvest of fish. We talk also about women. In the biggest amount now of women here, it's mostly women in Americas. We were talking with partners of other countries, and they were saying that the collection, and insisting that the collection needs to be incorporated in the small scale. Let's talk about aquaculture, small scale. Let's talk about small fishing, small scale. And let's talk about collection in small scale. Nutrition is going to be guaranteed by small fishing people at the small scale, mostly women. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person.
Tem mais uma.
Sí, ahora.
Now,
una pequeña reflexión o gran reflexión.
a small or big reflection. Almost in all of the objectives that we have here today, we have been part of this and we have built this. I think when we make the balance, in some of these we can achieve the objective. I say because of the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip recover poverty, decent job, health, soil health, etc. That is not something that's going to happen soon. And that also shows the weakness of the UN bodies. I believe there's a huge lack of respect. This when there was the invasion to Iraq, the United Nations were not saying that Iraq should not be invaded, and thus they got invaded nonetheless. So some years back here in Chile in the conference, we debated on the possibility of approving the food sovereignty as a guiding pillar. So the countries oppose, our country opposed as well. And something was very marked and very present for me here. FAO has a lot of good intentions and goodwill, but at the end of the day, the ones that rule out is the political powers and is the ministries of agriculture, the ones that decide. And here we have also Mariana was saying as well, this that we go backwards. We've discussed this, that we're not small farmers ourselves, we're farmers. We can't just say with that qualification to debate with the business people. And the other thing is that we need to follow with America, defending family, a small farming as an expression, as an idea. And lastly, with this, I would like to close here. We're in the government with the National Director of CODEPA. We progressed in a very interesting document called the Strategy for Food Sovereignty and Food Security. So we incorporated sovereignty. Sadly enough, we have not had the capacity as an organization to demand this, as Luis was saying, the resources we need for this to be implemented, for this to be transformed into the public policy. And it seems to be a good idea. I believe this is a document that we could go and know more of, and so we can progress to this duality that could take place, which is food sovereignty and food security. As I said before, there's no very encouraging figures here. Thank you very much. So here, straight here.
Ahora sí. Bueno, yo soy Taili.
Hello, Pali. Terena indigenous person of Brazil. I come to the International Council of Indian Treaties, and I wanted to make some comments. I'm going to try to be brief. Firstly, when you spoke about the indigenous matters, I believe you only comment on the consultation prior to these, but I believe it's important to mention our statement of the rights for the indigenous people. We have here the statement. In the statements, we have a very important Article 31, which guarantees the right to maintain, control, and protect. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's about our science, technologies, cultures, it's genetic resources, seeds, and medicines in our flora and fauna. So I believe it should be instruments that FAO should consider to add. Maybe it's not on the screen, but I believe it is very important that during many years, so we can contribute in all of the parts of the systems of the UN. So the other matter that is a bit concerning when you talk about the climate matters, we presented the projects of the credits of carbons as an achievement. And I don't know if that's an achievement or a false solution, because I believe that there's several different movements of society. Maybe we agree that this is not a solution, because these projects, they come to a community that cause conflict, and we create false promises for us. And truly, we're not doing much of what can be needed for the land. So we see with greater concern that FAO is considering this as a solution. And the other thing I wanted to add, which is important as well, is the matter of the youth. Maybe this role also of UNICEF, education, because I believe many of the changes that we are speaking of now are only going to be possible if we first do this in education. So I believe that if there's any of those parts that of the priorities that you presented, we should maybe include the matter of agroecological education for children. So it's not just a technical course, but how can we add these practices in day-to-day activities for the youth, for children, mainly to those who are in the cities? And that's all for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go this way now. Microphone. I believe we need to be wrapping up. Go much to the point. So I'm Rodrigo. I'm a leader of the National Assembly of the Mapuches of the Left and the Actimel Association of the Mapuche People in Chile. When we talk about inclusive policies here regarding small family farming and indigenous farming and everything related to it, we see also with special interest to participate and get to know and show what is our proposal. Our concrete proposal is that this institution, FAO, should gather more information regarding our particular situation, because we are a people that is essentially farming. We have lived ancestrally from farming, from the collection and fishing. So today we have a big problem that has been dragged along for more than 60, 50 years. And it has to do with the presence of forestry companies and companies that are based on monocultures, but how they damage our way of living. mainly in their process of quick production, they're drying their water bases, like the underground water tables. All the water resources are disappearing, mainly because of the presence of these extractivist companies. So that has clearly damaged the lives of the farming families, because we used to live from farming, from family farming, and it was a sustainable way of living, because we were not harming the land. We were not having to use agrochemicals. Now we are pretty much forced to do that. We can't produce our own seeds because you need to buy them, the agribusiness. So this is another thing that also causes conflict around resistance. So this is about the damage that has been generated, and that is causing very bad things that has to do with the violations of human rights. So this is very concerning, even more than sowing in reduced spaces with everything that means. And this is something that really complicates our life. Thank you very much.
No más.
3 more
Aquí,
interventions
no,
here and there.
nos alcanza más el tiempo. El
We don't
almuerzo
have any more time. Lunch is ready and it's been ready for 10 minutes. I'm so sorry.
Ya.
We don't have any more time.
Perla, pero Perla tú ya habló aquí. Entonces,
Perla,
Escuchaba que
just, I was listening that we have different stakeholders now that we come to these places.
Yo entiendo eso. Pero lo que
I understand this, but I wanted to say here is that these stakeholders here are always at a disadvantage. And these are our struggles, and we make an effort, and we're all here making a huge effort to be here, to put our situation. And this is a life situation, life in the face of death, because in our territories, the big corporations, they are the stakeholders that favor themselves the most at every level. They are weakening us, and they're ending our lives. And this is just to tell you that we should take into account those situations, and that we are not criminals. We're just defenders of lives. Lives for everyone, not just for ourselves. That's all for me. Thank you.
y ahí terminamos con Perla. Perla,
Let's
bien.
go with Perla.
Bueno, extender un cordial saludo.
So, first of all, greetings to you, Luca, and your director. So this is the message that this society is greeting you. This is a message we want to convey. I haven't learned Spanish very well, but I'm going to try to translate more or less the reality that we are feeling. I understand that the mission that you have also has some limitation in the face of states. So we need to understand that reality first. From that perspective, I would like to say that there's a possibility. So there should be a dialogue between the different societies of the state, in this case, of these Latin American, Mesoamerican region and the Caribbean as well. And why do I say this? Because when we speak of policies and safety matters, not all of the governments have a lot of ideas of the policies for security for the different societies, based on the perspective of the diversity as well from the food security. And you, as mediators, can make that work. And then we can maybe have a summit of the region to just get in agreement, and that is a proposal that we do. So now the other proposal is we have two logics that we need to understand here. One logic is of an individualist vision, one that is taken to the private society or companies, multinational companies, and another logic that is a collective logic that we present in the different societies. Those two logics do not match very well in politics. And in that, we need to be very well understood in the reality. Otherwise, we're translating different ways. And therefore, we propose that at any point in our case, as actors and subjects as well, because we need to learn to define who we are as actors and subjects, we will work on within the grammar, the narrative grammar. We're going to be working on this development of thought that is going to become to a thesis of thought. So that is going to be our work in the farm for our societies. Understanding and gathering all of the diverse expressions on this matter of agriculture, fishing, and food security in general. The third purpose that I would like to state here is that I am scared, Alberto, when you this morning in your greetings you said 180 million of people in extreme poverty. And effectively, that is an indicator that there's starvation in these 180 million inhabitants. So that shows us an indicator. It's everyone's responsibility because we get included in that as well. So as not to point out just this or that sector. This is an indicator that there's no good policy in the region on food security, right? But that also tells us, it tells you, how are we valuing this? Because within your mission, we have advising the policies in this matter. So therefore, that is necessary. We need to check it, we need to assess it, we need to monitor it, because it is an indicator and a very high figure that compels us all. And I end with this. You know, Eduardo Galeano said something very beautiful. In 500 years, we were taught to hate each other. Why do I want to say this? Because the indifference of the rulers in inserting policies for the distribution still don't have a clear light, because one of the key problems here is the distribution, the equitable distribution in this case, for food security. So I would like to say here, the jargon of the word also has to do a lot with how do we accommodate this, because words have a spirit to have an incidence and generate the conditions. So I live with that. There's so much I want to say, but that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you very much. And just to wrap up, because we have a very quick picture to take here. Perla, very quickly now. Ivy Crowley, 5 minutes. I need to react also. That is why I want 1 minute to 2 matters. Because we brought priority number 5, and I wouldn't like to stop commenting in relation to this, the answer that we received. So on the one side, the proposal that we bring is the result of our collective intelligence. It is a proposal, and it is also the demonstration that the mechanisms that we already have are not being effective enough. On the one side. So on the other side, it's that these spaces of consultation here also work for bringing proposals that can modify what's there, what is not having effective results. So it is not about justifying ourselves only. On the other side, we understand the limitations of this team of FAO because of their political and technical role for advising the states. And that is why we were also speaking about the fact that the guidelines that we agreed upon internationally, they could come to governments in the territories. So we understand that all the limitations are there, and we understand the mechanisms for this functioning of this, but we also need to see how accessible are they, and that is why we bring this priority. That's it for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Entonces,
Just to wrap up, leave it with Ivy Crawley.
no sé, escríbeme aquí, por favor.
Please, right here.
De diálogo permanente, ou seja, para que não salga de acá.
Permanent dialogue, so we can make notes and we don't get any commitment here, because we are told that our technical team, because we have all the availability, we can take notes, so we can find the way of midway between the conference 38 and the next one, so we can have some space, so we can have a structured dialogue with the alliance and the organization, the framework of work that we prioritize. It is a very welcome suggestion. We just make note, and we can believe with Luca and Maya, so we can get that commitment with the organizations, because it's part of what enriches the work that we already are doing. That is my only point. Thank you.
Para eso estamos incluso un equipo de redactores aquí, tanto de los movimientos sociales
We
cuanto
have
de
an entire group of drafters here, both in terms of the social movements and our team, because we will come out with some systematizations that will not only have better incidence in the space of the regional conference, but it's an agreement for the follow-up of the conversation. It's an agreement with us for the day that the conversations that we're having here and tomorrow. And I think that we can conclude with that part. Elizabeth is the secretary of the regional conference. She guides the work with the countries, the 33 countries in the region, and she will close, Eve Crowley, with some guiding questions. Okay, thank you very much. It was quite enriched conversation I was hearing from far away, right? Since the beginning. And first of all, I'd like to thank you, because I know it's a great effort to travel here from all your different realities. And for us, it is truly quite enriching experience to hear from you. We are quite thankful for all these perspectives of the 413 people that are present here today, out of which 53 are in person, representing 13 countries, 238 through YouTube, 92 through Twitter, and 30 via Zoom. And we haven't even mentioned the people from the FAO. So thank you very much for this discussion, quite rich, right? Which is enriched, and it's just one part of the process. For us, it's quite clear. You are key for the achievement of our objectives. We are not going to be able to achieve it without you. That is obvious. It's your voice, and your voice many times is left aside. So that is a point that you are establishing yourselves. So we cannot advance towards a better world if we do not have your support. Now, hearing all your comments, I wanted to highlight some of them, right? Because I try to sum up what I've heard in a quite summarized manner. First of all, I would like to talk about the importance of the agroecological approach, like these highly dangerous pesticides, use of pesticides, antibiotics, artisanal or small fishing, aquacultures, and aquacultures in different small scale activities that are connected, and the importance of having a better approach on health of land, soil, the environment, recognizing the historical trends that have impacted these. Now, agroecology and the work with small farmers has cross-cutting impacts that are quite positive, and we have to focus on the coherence between this part of our agenda, what we sometimes present in communication, and we must identify opportunities, concrete, specific opportunities for participation from civil society organizations, their voices, in the policies that affect their lives, and in the design of regulations and tools that are related with our entire portfolio, and to work together in landing the international regulations that we have already achieved, but that are not implemented they're not implementing at a national level or at your territories, and but here's where a partnership with you can reap its benefits. Now, related with better nutrition, we need to be much more ambitious, much more focused on transformative changes, looking more at the food sovereignty aspects, seeking to eradicate hunger in our region, thinking about the quality more than processed foods, cultural identity, the ancestral know-how, a gender approach, considering that, and indigenous knowledge, First Nations knowledge, social and solidarity economy, trying always to breach gaps and inequalities and to improve the governance of data and to have a more updated with better attention, paying more attention to popular governance, food governance, which includes, aspects, human rights, including consumers. Regarding better environment, the impact of climate change, and even more in the small island states, the impact that it's happening at a cross-cutting manner and the need of disseminating in a much more massive and strong manner. You're not being left aside, okay? They need it even more than the ones in the continent. And we have the carbon premiums as a solution, and the negative role of the extractivist mining companies, agro-businesses, and other logics, right? We've heard that. Better life, the importance of having a food sovereignty approach and comprehensive perspective, reaping the advantages of all the intersectionality FAO has in terms of fair trade, technologies, etc., in a way that is proper for young people, for the youth, and it's adequate to put into practice. Also, more attention in the prevention of risk and disasters, favoring the added value that you can bring. Now, it's very important to prioritize the priority that you mentioned, priority number 5, which, as quite mentioned by Maya, is an accelerator, something that lets us achieve what we need to achieve. We recognize this, and it's our priority, the priority number 5, right? It's something that touches upon everything, but what I'm hearing is that instead, I just want to make it as part of the different things that we're doing. Instead of doing that, we should try to address this in a more coherent, more proactive and better planned manner that is better funded that is more coherent, is more consistent, and with follow-up and monitoring during this next biennium that is not fragmented, but for it to be in a more consolidated manner, considering its diversity in producers, consumers, the gatherers of seeds, forests, the sowers, indigenous First Nations, and advocates of the life and also children, including all of us diversities, women, etc. Okay, I know, yes, but we already have the Food Security Council or committee. We already have the processes that we're creating with you with the regional conference, and they will continue. We will try to intensify them. And there are others that were also stressed. There's many other in the projects that we have to continue further strengthening. And we want you to know these in the governance document of FAO. Now, the final challenge for us, opportunities for you. This is the quite rich information, the results here of the young people. And the challenge, the most important challenge now is to see how to propose what you believe is important in a way in which governments cannot propose. There's many things. We have the risk of being dispersed, of dispersing everything. How can we consolidate your voice for something, the most important part that cannot be lost, for that to be communicated in a way that governments will say yes? I think that that is a challenge now, because as our colleague very well said, FAO is greatly willing to do things. We have our limitations too, right? And our ministers are the ones that actually are the ones that have the mandate here. They're leading. We have to propose this in a way in which they will want to consider it and put it as priorities in our agenda in the next period. So thank you very much to everyone. And I'd just like to remind you that between March 11th and 11th and 12th and 13th of March, we have the meeting of the senior officers, where you will be able to participate, read between the 18th and 21st of March. It's hybrid, right? We have an in-person part with spokes people in Guyana, and there's also going to be a virtual part where you'll be able to read the official declaration. You'll be able to have your perceptions and feels in a document, the technical document. And we have to reflect all of our feelings and proposals for the FAO's work on agriculture. And now at 2:30, you just have half an hour to eat, to have lunch. We will have coordination between 2:30 and 5 p.m. And tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., you'll be able to reflect on the political positions, to choose the 5 observers and spokespeople to draft the declaration, a statement, and its more important points that you will take, the 33 member countries of our region will take with them. So, okay, I hope you feel heard today. For us, your opinion is quite important for us. We know that you're never going to be able to reach sustainable development goals without you. Let's continue creating conversations, dialogues, and more spaces with you to achieve what we want to achieve together, and let's not wait 2 more years to gather, okay? Thank you very much for your participation today. Okay, thank you. Yes, and with her words, we will close the morning meeting. 2 things for housekeeping. We will start at 2 and come back. We made an adjustment. We'll come back at 3 p.m. here. No? Oh, yes, yes. Okay, 3 p.m. And we'll take a picture before we go out to the restaurant. You can leave your things here. We're going to close the room. You can leave all your belongings here. And please come to the stage so we can take the official picture. Let's go fast. If you go fast, we can have lunch fast too. Thank you. The picture we're gonna have some people on the stage and some people below the stage. So let's distribute like that.
Sí, porque la foto va a salir de arriba. Entonces, la foto la van a tomar de
Yes,
arriba.
because the picture will be taken from the top, from upstairs. So
Sí, 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 yo sé.
Hola, disculpen, por favor, si me ponen atención, Joaquín y Vicente que están acá en la puerta los van a acompañar. Vicente and Joaquin are gonna take you to the lunch. Okay, guys are here.
guidelines for you now. And then we can start with group work. We'll have 60 minutes of group work. There's a room that has simultaneous interpretation, just one of them. All the rest will be in Spanish. And in the afternoon, we'll have the presentation of the group. So we'll start monitoring how the different group work progresses, right? Each group will have a moderator and a rapporteur. And after the group's presentation, we will have a plenary, summarize the day, and we'll close the day. Now, in the new agenda, it says we should conclude at 5 p.m. And you would all therefore be free from 7 to 8 p.m. because there is going to be a drafting committee meeting, right? The declaration from 5 to 6. I'll talk about that later, but we could be a bit late today, so let's see how late to the meeting, but we'll adapt. But then at 6 p.m., the bus will be here in the front to take you back. So at 6, we need to conclude. The other thing I wanted to briefly comment on before we start.
Aquí, no, está aquí, creo. No.
It's not here.
No es esa. Ya, yo voy a buscar aquí.
I'm going to look for it here.
Ahora nos estamos retrasando más. Oye, por mientras,
We're a bit delayed. We're getting more delayed now, but while I look for the PowerPoint, I don't know if Fernando and Melissa will divide the groups or guide them, right? While I find the PowerPoint presentation. Yes, okay.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Espero que hayan tenido un buen provecho en el almuerzo.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you had a great lunch. Now the idea is for us to divide by work groups. And those groups will be to go deeper and discuss these results, to go deep into them. And for us as CSOs and organizations, for us to be able to create proposals and talk about how we believe some strategies, projects, mechanisms can work out that the FAO can implement or integrate to have more results in their priorities. So the idea is for us to gather based on the 5 priorities we presented before. And I'm going to read who is going to be responsible for each group. We'll have 2 work groups in this area. We'll have group 1 and 2 here in this room. Group 3 will be outside, which is the space for the room that will have interpretation. And we will have another 2 groups outside. The FAO members will tell us how we can walk to those spaces where we'll have the work groups. And 4 and 5, they will be in the other room. Now, Group 1, which is efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production, that priority. El Gangulo from Coprofam will be moderating the panel. And Group 2, which is to end hunger and achieve food security and improve nutrition, that group will be moderated by Walter from Amigos de la Tierra. In Group 3, Regional Priority 3,
Bueno, mujeres, juventud y todo lo del
it's women, the youth, and the decade of family agriculture. Sara from Marcha Mundial de Mujeres will be leading that group. And then in Group 4, regional priority for reduction of inequality and rural poverty and fostering resilience will be led by Gisela from Maela. We'll have group 5, which will be all the follow-up monitoring and evaluation of regional actions, all those processes, led by Higinio from CAOI. So now all of our peers from the Caribbean will be in group 3 as per what we agreed, right? For everyone that is connected via Zoom, it's now time for you to go have some coffee, have a break. But we will also put in the chat box the guiding questions of the 5 regional priorities for you to be able to give your opinion on some of them, if you have any proposals or if you can do something specifically in the chat, right? For us to just write in the chat box for us to gather all your input and mention it here at the plenary. Thank you very much, Melissa. And do we have any questions regarding the division of groups? Are we all clear? Okay, great. Now we'll try to divide people into different groups. We'll do it in a democratic manner with our fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, fully democratically. And as Melissa already explained, our friends from the Caribbean will be in group 3. So we'll start pointing. Before you break down the groups, can I just mention something about the products? Because I can see 1, 2, 3, and then people will forget, but the consultation itself, yes. Well, I don't know if you all have clarity on what's the idea of dividing into groups to address and debate on each one of the topics, right, in each group. But the idea is for all that to be summarized and be taken by the spokespersons to all the different, to the meeting, right, where all the 33 member states will be. So we must not explain with so much detail, but basically between today and tomorrow, that collective should reach a record of the main comments, a log of the main comments and recommendations to all the member states, right, regarding or drafted related to the FAO agenda. That's very important because all those recommendations, everything you'll discuss is not to tell us from the FAO, because yes, we will consider that too, but who will make the decision on our agenda? It's all the member countries that will be in the conference. So all those recommendations you have to think that this will be proposed to the countries, right, about the FAO agenda and how we can address each one of the topics. Now, the second outcome we'll have here is a civil society declaration for LARC 38. And last but not least, we'll appoint spokespersons, spokespeople and observers from civil society for LARC 38, and they will accompany us in the entire agenda and the in-person part in Guyana, in addition to 5 observers who will accompany us in our entire agenda. But I cannot leave aside this. It's a bit disorganized, but despite the fact that you will discuss the 5 priorities, and I do love the 5th one, despite the fact that we'll discuss these 5, the conference agenda is distributed in these 11 topics. That is to say that the member countries asked us to focus a bit more on these 11 topics. Now, if you go to the agenda of the conference, which is at the conference website, you'll see that number 1, you can't really see it here, but number 1 and 2 is results of the FAO in the last biennium, and number 2 is the priorities of the FAO in the region under the framework. And basically those 2 topics cover or encompass everything that comes in the bottom. But nevertheless, the countries have generated the agenda for the conference. And as you might imagine, it's It was a significant journey to define what will be the most relevant point for the countries. And here it's from point 3 to 11, where we will speak specifically about these topics. For example, point 6 on science and digital innovation and family farming. When you will discuss the 5 priorities, when you discuss them, remember that from point 3 to 11, those are topics that will be open officially within the agenda of the regional conference, and therefore you can either focus on each one of them to facilitate spokespersons to make observations or provide feedback in those spaces. Now, what we have here on red will be the senior officers meeting from March 11 to the 13th, and it will only be online. And what is in green is the ministerial sessions, which will happen in a hybrid manner, for the most part, in person in Guyana. And those are the other topics that they'll discuss. It doesn't mean that the other ones will not be integrated. They are integrated into everything that we're listing here, but keep this agenda in mind for it's for you to know that we'll take this agenda to those and that's for debate here today. That's what I wanted to clarify, and later we'll talk about spokespersons and everything else. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Nos comparte Eucla, es importante que podamos tener las notas, que
It's
son las
important for us to write down or take notes because it's the notes that we'll gather in the end. We will have this in 50 minutes, right? Okay, it was supposed to be an hour, but let's do it in 50 because we don't have that much time for the plenary. So we'll try to shorten the work, the teamwork, for us to be able to share it here in the plenary, okay? So go ahead, Fernando. Please remember group 1 and 2, 3 in the Caribbean here, and 4 and 5 in the other room. So let's go and number the participants, the attendees.
Sí, 3. Sí, sí. Ah, no. Afuera. Afuera, afuera. Es... Bueno, entonces, para que no perdamos más tiempo, podemos ya levantarnos, los compañeritos de
Very
la...
well, we can stand up now, and our peers from the FAO will take us to our rooms, and let's meet in 45 minutes, okay? Sorry.
Grupo 4 y 5 aquí
Well,
con...
group 4 and 5 go with Vicente. Group 1 and 2 stay here. 1 and 2 stay here.
El grupo 3.
Group 3.
Joaquín, por favor, lleve el grupo 3 a la sala de apoyo.
Joaquim, please take group 3 to their room. Joaquim, group 3, all of you? Yes. Go with Joaquim.
El 5, eso faltó.
Group 5.
Como decía Melissa,
As Melissa was saying,
vamos a hacer la
as
presentación
Melissa was saying, we're going to have the presentation of all groups.
del intercambio.
Then we're going to have an exchange in the plenary, but if the people from the group, if you want to make any contributions, you can do so, but at the plenary when we open it for everyone.
A ver si queda gente allá afuera.
So maybe you have people outside.
Damos un minuto más y comenzamos.
No, es que si damos un minuto la gente va a decir, ah, entonces me da tiempo de ir por un café. Bueno, entonces vamos a iniciar con...
So we're going to begin now with the people who are already here, so everyone else can also join, so they can give us time to share this. So we ask people to make the presentation of group number 1. You have 5 minutes.
Buenas tardes, compañeras, compañeros.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to be presenting the work of group number 1, based on the efficient, inclusive, sustainable production. So for that, we've had 2 questions where we've had to develop in a group. We have taken into account all of the proposals of all of the contributions that we had. We had 12 members in the group.
La primera pregunta que se nos dio.
First question that we had was how can FAO have an incidence in countries for the promotion of production systems that are more sustainable and resilient to climate change, and what are the strategies that should be implemented for that? Tylee is the person who's going to be presenting all of the contributions that we had. Let's go with Tylee. So I'm going to go to the point there in the matters that we talked about. So on the accumulation and distribution matter, because the systems of food production that we have today are focused on the accumulation, we don't distribute to the people that need it. We come in the cases that sometimes meat-producing companies prefer to lose the products rather than sell them or distribute them to the people that don't have it or don't have access to food. We believe FAO should make some cooperation agreements with the countries to value the management of our agroecological production, not of monocrops, as it is the case usually. The social movements of farmers, indigenous people, fishers, collectors, and if I forget someone, I apologize. These movements, these people should have an effective participation in the decision-making process. We believe that FAO should make use of the privilege it has by being an international institution that negotiates with several countries. They should open the spaces for us in the social movements can have a real voice, so we can have these topics, so we can make some consultations as well, and hopefully we'll have an active voice in the decision-making processes. But we also comment that the system that we live today is inefficient. We produce, but we don't distribute. As I had said so before already, I'm not going to repeat that, but so on that, we believe that we need to demystify that this system of monocrop is what feeds the population of the world. It is what's healthy, because we know that for a while, the term of agroecology was not an accepted one by countries and by FAO even. So if they still talk about food security instead of food sovereignty, we think that we need to change these things. And we also should acknowledge that the agribusinesses and agribusinesses is the biggest emitters of polluted gases in the world. Not the oil companies say so, but it's not viewed as such, because we need to think about the agro-food system as a whole system of production, from the clearing of land for sowing the monocrops, the use of pesticides that pollute water and soil and the air as well, and the production chains that go from there onwards. So we know that about 58% of the greenhouse gas emissions are produced by this system. Also, it should be considering the indigenous peoples as keys in the responses to climate change, because in food sovereignty, we have a lot of our traditional knowledge included, and we know and acknowledge that it is possible to do healthy, balanced crops, and remember that our knowledge is not just knowledge, but it's science. It is a different science of yours. So we also like to remind that is necessary when we talk about territory, we're talking about this soil, but also about the sea. And we need to remember always that the sea is always a piece of area that is being impacted by climate change and the system of exploitation. So I don't want to interrupt you. You have one more question, and you have 4 minutes and a half, and you still have another question. So I'll read the recommendations. Sorry, we spoke too much. Our recommendations is that it should not just be the FAO, but the member states as well that consider this, consider, apply, and comply with the instruments and international treaties that are already there, such as the 269 Convention, the Declaration of Farmers' Rights, Indigenous People, and others. We should put the social movements as part of the decision-making processes that had been commented, and mainly regarding the policies that affect their lives, the territories, and their livelihoods. We agreed also that the agro-food systems are the ones that are the easiest to maintain. So it's necessary to have less budget for that, but we agree that it's necessary to have an investment for the agroecological transition. So our products can be valued from their systems until from farm to table, and we need to establish our own communication methods and paths, because we know that the greater media is manipulated. And I'm closing with this. I'm so sorry. What is written is what's going to be systematized. So you have 6 minutes, and Elga has not spoken. Can you please wrap up your idea? I just wanted to say that we need to work on a more sectional way and move all the international bodies that we have, not just FAO, and the non-criminalization of organizations, indigenous leaders and farmers that defend their territory and that defend the foods and diets to people. I just wanted to say that for all of this to be possible, I believe the most important thing is land ownership for indigenous people and family farming and indigenous farming as well. So FAO does not change from some terms that we as communities and indigenous people use, such as, for instance, the one that we've heard now of better lives for a decent life, which is something that we identify ourselves with better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Before we get the next group, I would like to also remind you that it is important that within the notes that you have from what we worked on, I believe that we should highlight that thing we want to be in the statement, so we can tell the states, not only to the FAO, but also to states. So we have group number 2.
Compañerito Hugo, ¿quién?
Hugo,
Adelante.
please go ahead.
La interpretación, ¿bien?
Are you following with interpreting?
Se habrán dado cuenta que a mí me pusieron el papel más
Maybe you
simpático.
realized that I had the nicest role. I'm so sorry. I'll let you know.
Buenas tardes con todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Group number 2, we had to present here. And the question, what are the recommendations of the OSCE for FAO and for FAO and countries for plans, projects, and matters? I'm so sorry.
Era poner fin
The
al hambre y
topic was to end on hunger and achieve food security and improving nutrition. Question number 1 was how can FAO connect with countries in the making and drafting of plans, projects, and strategies for the progressive guarantee for right to food and decent diets. We've been talking about this topic a lot, but in the group we also had to do the Andean region, the the first people as well, the fishing community, and the first proposal we had, FAO needs to work with civil society, giving place to the problems with an internal debate as an organization with the ministries to improve these articulation. Well,
nosotros partimos de la base, todos
we started from the basis that we all agreed on the same thing, that until when does FAO receive the recommendations that we can make as civil society, and how much of these will FAO have incidence on in terms of government and internal policies of countries? From experience, we can say that we, particularly speaking, had the chance as fishing communities to have participate in the drafting of the voluntary guidelines for sustainable fishing, and we saw that and we could see it up close of how once these guidelines were drafted, they were built with the participation with civil society and the communities from different countries, of course, and they're even signed in 2014 in Rome. But when everyone, all of the coastal communities went back to our countries, how much of that the country ratified, committed, but how much was that applied? There's nothing. We asked around, we were speaking with FAO, we were coming to FAO, and they were told the same. Sadly, that is an internal policy. Each country that's what they want. So what is the point of recommendations? What is the point of this work? If there's no follow-up, there's no guarantee that that will be applied unless the same civil society can be empowered. And we see is that an experience that we, in Article 8 of Sustainable Fishing, we speak about the inclusion of women in the participation of the decision-making processes and internal policies of each country. And that was work that women did in fishing. However, we come to Chile, and that was stored in the last drawer of the Undersecretariat of Fishing, which is the institution in charge. But we ourselves as women in 2017, we rose as civil society and as organizations, and we said, government, FAO, we have a commitment, we have an article, we ourselves demand from you that you enforce and apply this that you sign yourselves at some point. That is why it's so important to have this organization, the articulation that we can have, and the communities from the agro and fishing, so we can see it today. Today in Chile, we have a law where we can modify the legal bodies of the general law of fishing and aquaculture, which is the only law in the world that is sustained in the voluntary guidelines. And we could modify the law, and it's the first one in the world where we apply a focus with gender, and we do it, and we say this proudly. But if we don't get the civil society acting, if it's not ourselves, the ones that put the agenda on our own countries, none of that will happen. 1 minute. And the second point that we took, we asked for the work of FAO to be more direct with the affected people, and it's not just about diplomacy, because oftentimes the problem that we're seeing in our places is that it's a problem that we need to face ourselves by alone and not joined by bodies that are dedicated to work or to defend us as the first people, and we're left alone in the fight. All right. Another point that we also ask is that governments, oftentimes we see governments have more requests than FAO can offer. Here we ask that the governments of each country, together with FAO, should work as a team, so the affected people is not ourselves, and so we can get a better agreement. The application of the farming rights, international farming rights, needs to be executed already, because we need to have that executed with us, because we are living a climate crisis, which is affecting us at the present time.
Por un lado, solo para complementar lo que señala la experiencia que
To
decía.
add to that, the experience Elsa mentioned is how do we somehow make the FAO influence, or how can we contribute? How can ministries of each country, the Ministry of Agriculture, Economy, Gender, Ministry of Gender, generally they converse, they talk together, they gather, but unfortunately civil society organizations are outside. They're not part of this, and there has to be a guarantee that when this type of dialogue or conversation exists or negotiation exists, there has to be they have to ensure that we are there, and we're not in that decision-making process, and we need to ensure that somehow.
Sí, sí, pero no, van 7 minutos casi.
We're responding to yes, it's 2. I'll try to be brief.
Necesitamos que todo lo que se publique
We need everything that is published through gazettes, publications, everything that is published with the FAO, it has to be applied, it just can't be left out in the air, right? Not for it just to be on paper, that it needs to be enforced, applied. That's why we're gathered here today. And we have vertical integration that my peer will explain. When we say we must end vertical integration, it's that. In the case of the fishing industry, it does everything. They fish, they process, transform, and they export. They do everything. Why can't we just make the coastal communities, the shores, right, do exactly the same? Why don't we make communities that have lived there produce, and that governments support the medium and large industries to generate employment? But they can't do everything, right? We have to ensure, in the case of the sea, somehow some sustainable resources to the extent that policies are applied in that line. Fishermen know how to fish, and farmers know how to sow. They can't do everything. That's it. Okay, thank you very much, and sorry. Okay, thank you very much, and I'd like to apologize for the time limits, but you know that it's a bit hard. Everyone has to speak. So group 3, if you could please come to the stage, come up to the stage. We can open the floor for conversation later on.
Hola compañeras, compañeros.
Hello, comrades, female comrades, and everyone. Sara had to be here, but she's a bit ill, so I'll try to do whatever's in my hands to try to convey what we have, referring to the youth and the farmers. The first thing we talked about was the recognition, the UN's recognition or acknowledgement to family farming through the decennium of, or the decade of the UN decade for family farming approved in 2008. Now, for this to turn into an action plan this decade, we have created a global committee, and we've recommended the countries to have national committees.
Existen comités nacionales en algunos países.
There are already some national committees in some countries, but not in all of them. And a regional plan, a concrete national action plan, will be built based on the national plans. So it's urgent that the FAO can demand governments to support this UN decade and to effectively to efficiently support the national plans. Now, we talked as a special proposal for women and the youth that the FAO. We mentioned that the FAO proposes vague responses, not concrete responses. So we suggested that as a priority, the right of access to land is guaranteed.
Hola, hola. Ya. También que se generen acciones concretas.
And additionally, for concrete actions to be generated to value the reproduction and care tasks that women conduct on a daily basis on territories, and to protect the right of territories for there to be, for women and the youth to have access to common goods or services. Now, there is this question how the FAO could impact the decisions of governments if we had or not tools for this purpose. And we understood that the FAO can make these large recommendations and provide technical assistance to the governments. And we understood that the local offices exist to permanently dialogue with governments, discuss with governments, mainly with the ministries of agriculture. And we want to insist on there to be an operational plan that have specific timelines, that have deadlines in their indicators, goals, etc. We also mentioned that many times the FAO arrives with preconceived strategies. Therefore, we wanted the civil society and governments, for them to be present in civil society and discussions, for them to hear the proposals of civil society.
Los planteamientos de la sociedad civil para que las estrategias que se plantee la FAO efectivamente.
Where the strategies that the FAO proposes or thinks about emerge from a bottom-up approach, because many times the lowering they do of certain programs and or guidelines, governments in territories, what they lower, sometimes do not respect the wisdom of land and territories and what they do there. For example, we spoke about, which is a story that in Chile they arrived with some chefs once to work with women farmers and to recover all recipes to produce or prepare food.
No.
But at the end of the day, what they did was to capture in an extractivist manner their knowledge, and they took it back to their own restaurants, right? That's not the idea. And all the political strategies that may emerge based on the people. We also talked about adding value to indigenous and family farming, respecting the know-how and the culinary traditions. Now, something that's quite significant we spoke about is we spoke about the need of the FAO to recommend governments to activate or make more dynamic territorial economies, thus supporting subjects that inhabit those territories and interact there, because that would allow creating value-adding processes, and it would allow local markets come in, etc. Last but not least,
de funcionamiento a las
I'd like
grandes
to recommend some regulations for large companies, labor regulations or functioning regulations that are present in the indigenous land, the ones that are extractivists that generate large forest companies or others that work with foreign capital or mining companies, etc., that let you not only recreate the local, not only to work on recreating the ways of life, local ways of life, but they also, what they do is pollute and jeopardize in situ relationships. Last but not least, we have non-assistentalist program and the release of seed banks, understood as institutions, official government institutions that capture, that collect all seeds from territories, but at the end of the day, they capture it, they save them, they capture them, save them, and they don't make them available for family agriculture. And they don't leave them available for family or indigenous agriculture.
La avisamos al principio.
We already told you about this methodology. We're trying to make this brief for there to be time later for everyone else, so everyone to participate. But
Cotico, porfa, sí.
Solo que en la
please
parte
make it brief.
la recomendación sería que la FAO pida que se haga un
FAO has to request
para los agricultores.
there to exist a budget that is focused for farmers to increase their value. Just the budget, because if we talk about increasing value, no, we want governments to have resources that are focused on that for farmers, like loans, credits, or funds to develop those small agro industries. Okay, thank you very much. A big round of applause for Group 3.
Listo, bueno, adelante, compañeras.
A ver, perdón. No,
Go ahead.
a ver, estamos todos muy
I'm sorry.
cansados, pero no dialoguemos.
We're all a bit tired, but go ahead.
Bueno, nosotros somos el grupo número 4, lo que
For Group
trabajamos
4, we work on the reduction of inequality and rural poverty and strengthening resilience.
De la pregunta en relación a cuáles son los mecanismos de la FAO que pueden
Regarding the question, what are the FAO mechanisms that we can implement for including civil societies and creating plans, projects for reducing rural poverty? Our access for the discussion had to do with the realization of consults and territorial organizations that for them to be relevant to territorial diversity and cultural diversity, and for this to be prior, not only for it also to be conducted during, and for it to have a planning process. And the entire planning process of plans, projects, this is not the plan that we focus on, is the second one. The second question that took our entire time for discussion.
No porque no es importante, pero no.
It's not because it's not important. In terms of the recommendations, in terms of women, there's many rules that we must comply with to request for support, and we have to think about how we incorporate the highest percentage of women, and for there to be allocation of resources. Sometimes in countries, they mentioned that policies are just focused on violence and addressing violence, and in the urban sector, nevertheless, we do need to care for the complex reality that rural women, indigenous, and farming and the farming industry women live through. In terms of the value chains, it's important to recognize women and to recognize the contributions we have in food sovereignty in women. We've been participating historically, but our role is invisibilized, and we need to recognize this protagonist role, because not only are we in production, but we're an engine, a driver to make economy more dynamic, even more when a woman implements a project. Many more projects are developed around them, and they sustain life in communities. That's related with the fact that we're always thinking about our focus for women is how to strengthen food sovereignty, how to feed our families. And here it's important to generate government plans must generate tools that let us develop the economic autonomy of women, not only stay with the typical projects that are focused on reproducing gender roles, but how can we truly strengthen if there's commercial trade? We need a commercial development, for women to prosper. So we need the FAO to design some instruments that can help the states for ministries to recognize the resilience that family farming, indigenous farming, small fisheries or fishing, small scale. Do you have to recognize that we've been critical for sovereignty and security in the face of resilience against climate change? We cannot speak about family agriculture, family farming, only thinking about the promotion of monocrops. We must consider that diversity exists and pluriactivity exists with the farmers. So we need there to exist a budget. We need there to be a budget that helps bridge these inequality gaps, because we've been seeing many data in this consultation process on inequality, but we have to see how that inequality turns into gender sensitive, gender inclusive budgets, right? Not only do we have to identify the program, but we need to care for everything. We need to implement everything. And of course, we need the financial side for that. We also need governments to apply rules, regulations in terms of processing and industrialization of the value chain. And all this has to have an intercultural perspective. We cannot be evaluated as if we were a large company or a private company, but there's a lot of specificities. Therefore, we do have to have that intercultural perspective. This perspective has to be adapted to reality, the productive reality of family farming and indigenous farming, to validate our way of processing and conservation, which is what can truly drive change for us in our territories, to be able to produce with our know-how, our capacities, and for regulations to be adapted to our reality. It's also critical that FAO impacts and the evaluation of corporate structures and trade structures in our sector. We know that since the pandemic evidence that we're different farmers that were resilient, and there's a general trend in institutions.
Hay una tendencia general en las instituciones de fomento de instalar el modelo neoliberal.
And the driving institutions to install the neoliberal model at different scales, and to install specialization, leaving aside the value of productive and cultural specialty. And then we're resilient because we're different, we're diverse. Both individualism and entrepreneurship is not resilient. We're resilient because we're cooperative, diverse, and there's solidarity. Another critical topic, and we'll conclude with this, don't worry about it. It's the need of international treaties to be reviewed regarding food sovereignty, because they impact migration. They drive more ports that have impacted the lands and seas. We have the free trade agreements, and FAO can impact governments. It's important for these treaties to be with small production policies, national consumption, and the protection of the environment. Regarding fishing, FAO can promote that this produces the doesn't come from the capture for human rights. Now, FAO has to impact on the access of farmers to land, like the defense of or the advocacy of the coastal laws here, and we need to continue to have it from overexploiting this resource. We not only am I talking about food safety here, right? Okay, thank you.
No, y también por ser andar muy bien con el tiempo, así que muchas gracias 2 veces. Antes de que Melissa siga con el grupo.
Before Melissa continues with Group 5, I'd like to mention that
Antes de dar el grupo 5, el equipo de traducción que está desde hoy acompañándonos.
Before group 5, we have the interpretation team that is accompanying us. We have to be strict because the translation service or interpretation service that is here with us today also has limited time, and we need to comply or be within that time. Well, we now need. We were responsible for topic part number 5, monitoring process, regional governance actions, political participation instances. They sent us 2 questions, but we needed to fuse this because they're connected. How can the FAOs strengthen social and popular participation in the spaces for political participation? What are our recommendations? Comrade here? Well, yes, brother here. Brother just here mentioned that
Colocamos recomendaciones, pero
we put recommendations here, but this part is initiative number 5 that comes from our proposal as a partnership or alliance to generate a participation mechanism. So we identified different recommendations that can be done with member states and countries, and some actions at a regional level. So here in member states and countries, we put direct recognition with civil society, right? For there not to be any intermediate, not to be intermediates, because there's certain, they're favoring some parts of civil society, they're not excluding other organizations and movements. So we want another type of recognition here, a direct and sincere one. More engagement of FAO with civil society, which means that through the headquarters that are in the states and different countries, for there to be different activities for participation and inclusion of civil society. And the third point has to do with the follow-up of the FAO regarding the actions with civil society. The fourth point is related with generating and enabling direct dialogue between member states and civil society. And here we think that the FAO at country level, but also at a regional level, has a critical role to play in promoting these dialogues between member states and the civil society. Next one, please. And as a last point here, in actions for member states, is that the FAO drives information processes and training processes with civil society. If you remember, well, before we went out to have lunch, we commented that there are certain civil society mechanisms. And what we put here with the table is that the FAO has to make information processes and training processes, information with civil society, and just to know how we can participate. And now let's go with our proposals from this governance at a regional level. We're proposing here that the FAO extends the international framework for human rights that they're using. We know that it uses the land guidelines, everything related to First Nations, but it's important for it to integrate genetic resources, right? The Biodiversity Convention, also everything related with women, Beijing and the Blend Declaration, etc. And we also put here that in the SELAC summit, we have to consider that countries have to enable the participation of civil society. And we also recommend that at a regional level, we must open dialogue on situations like the native seeds, safeguard intellectual property, and other topics that concern the different sectors.
And we also put that it is important, and we recommend that this should be a permanent dialogue that is periodic in a construction with the civil society. And this is a recommendation that we want to have integrated to the declaration that we're going to be drafting. recommendation that the member states will host a petition for improving and qualifying the governance mechanisms both at a national level as well as a regional level, periodic permanent dialogue, so we can collectively build the methodologies for participation that are inclusive participation, direct and efficacious. So we can guarantee the focus of collective human rights through food sovereignty for the planning, monitoring, and assessment of public policies, so these agreements can be binding. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for complying with time as well. So now the idea is that we should be opening these so people can open a recommendation or expand some of the topics. And for this, we have two things. We have interpreting for 15 more minutes. So please, of your time, it will allow for other people to speak, and realize that if you go too long, that will mean that some people will just not be able to participate because interpreting is until 5:15. So that is the, please have 2 minutes. So very to the point with your ideas. So do not elaborate too much, just have concrete ideas so we can allow for the participation of all of the people who want to join.
Uno, dos, tres.
1, 2, 3.
¿Dos? ¿Quién es dos? ¿Dos acá?
Agradezco a las compañeras del grupo
I'd like
2
to
que
thank everyone for Group 2 who did the presentation. I believe that for this time, maybe, well, within the group, we also discussed on the matter of the agrarian reform as a recommendation to the governments in the region, and access and the legalization of land, which is also important. And I believe that, as it was expressed in most of the people, land, it is not legalized. And if there was an legalization process, now it is again being taken away. So another thing, the enforcement of farming rights that it was said, and also other international tools that allow us to practice and exert our rights. That's all. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. A first point for adding to this, I would like that to include the role of women, of indigenous women, in the strengthening of the food sovereignty issue. So that is the first point. The second point, sorry, is adding the knowledge, traditional knowledge, throughout the proposals that come from FAO. Third point is that within the international standard, as well as the declaration and the agreement, also adding Article 39 from CEDAW that speaks about indigenous women and indigenous childhood as well.
Ahí va. Y el compañero chileno después.
You and then the Chilean person. We were also discussing that it is important that FAO will monitor the food losses, though it is being done already in some ways, but just last year we lost 1,300,000 tons of foods. So therefore, there's also a matter of inequality here, and with that, we can feed a whole continent. So it's speaking that agroecology, it is a way of life that has been tested by people, that has multiple benefits during the pandemic. It fed our communities, and it helps climate change, and it has multiple benefits, and that we request that FAO would get involved in promoting agroecology, because this is already in the plans of FAO. We mentioned this already, but it's already very shyly. And then it was the agrarian reform that it was already said, it wasn't mentioned, but This is important because an agrarian reform, a comprehensive feminist report, will be key for achieving zero hunger.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ah, bueno, listo. Entonces, ahora sí, dale.
Sí,
Yeah, all right. So,
sí, a modo de recomendación para la FAO,
as a recommendation for FAO, this should be a multidisciplinary team, and we go to sites so they would see on site the problems that we manifest here. I believe that would be very important.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else wants to make another comment. Any other proposal? We have some minutes now.
Listo, 1 y 2 y cerramos.
No,
1 and 2, and then we close. So there was a moment where somebody said so. This was related to the language that we're using. So I don't know if the word is inclusive, but language, technical language, I don't know. I don't know if it's somewhere here. We said this morning, not can everyone understand what is being spoken? And let's be honest. That's it. Thank you.
Eso mismo iba a agregar sobre el lenguaje. La FAO sigue utilizando el tema de la
The FAO still uses the issue of plantations, putting them in the same concept of forests. In Chile, we don't have practically an increase of forests. We just have increasements of plantations that are pines and eucalyptuses, and they're monocrops of the agro industry. So we should not confuse. The forests are native forests, and those are the ones that help us to eliminate greenhouse gases, not plantations. Plantations burnt the territory over and over.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Allá. Estamos.
Preciso, mira.
Sí, adelante.
Yeah, right on
para
time.
sobre todo.
For FAO especially, this sector of the civil society of Latin America, Mesoamerica, and Caribbean
La sistematización
wants to carry out the systemization of the thinking and knowledge that we are working on in terms of food safety and sovereignty. In that sense, we want to propose here that FAO can fund that team for making this development of developing this thinking in a more systematic way, because we want to be differentiated from the other logic. So that is the proposal that we want to put here. Thank you. And with this, we finish. We know we're short on time. Maybe we'll have some logistic messages afterwards. So I believe the first thing is to thank everyone, because we noticed that there was a lot of work done in a very short period of time, a lot of contributions, and also in the very little time you had to express your ideas. We had what was written, which is going to be the basis for the drafting team and for the systemization as well. So I give this to Melissa, and with that, we'll be closing this activity.
Bueno, entonces, como Fernando lo decía,
As Fernando was saying, I believe all the contributions that came from this space are very valuable. They're going to be very important parts for the declaration, and I also hope as a group for the drafting, I hope I'm at the level to host all of your petitions, so I can really convey everything that was shared and that we were speaking of, reflecting on in the work groups. So then, just to wrap up, I'm going to ask Marcela to please come for a moment so we can close the day and maybe take some logistic notes and some things that are necessary. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. You know, it's not easy, to shorten times, but we will have some spaces to reflect on this and make our own demands. So before giving this to Marcela and the logistic topics, I believe we should give a round of applause for the interpreters that were facilitating for such a diverse people to understand each other today. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Sí, bueno, muchas gracias a todos por su
Thank you very
colaboración.
much, everyone, for your collaboration, for understanding that sometimes we're rushing through and we get a bit annoying. So thank you so much, everyone, for cooperating. First things first, I would like to remind you that before leaving the building, you need to return the interpreting devices, that the ones that you're listening through, outside on the table, for those who have some. If you don't have them, of course, you don't need to do that. Tomorrow, you're also going to have the devices, but we need you to give them back today. Please don't forget about that. Second, some tomorrow have flights during the evening, 8 p.m., 10 p.m., etc. So you need to check out before coming to FAO. So you are going to be given breakfast at the hotel at 7:15 or so. The buses are going to be waiting for you at 7:15 to come over. So please be punctual, because we started with the school children tomorrow, so there's going to be a lot of traffic tomorrow. So we're going to have a custody place at the hotel, so if you need to do an early checkout tomorrow, the people who are in the hotel, La Casa del Profesor, you're going to have a place to put your suitcases away, and you can keep your bags there. And after the session at 1, and we're going to have the buses here, and the shuttles will take you back to the hotel, and then you can get your hotels, and then you can get your bags so you can go to the airport in time.
Respecto de mañana.
If anyone has any questions on this?
El checkout del hotel, o sea, entregar la
Check out
habitación.
from the hotel. Just give back your room. If you have to check in for your flight, do that now. Because we have internet here, and you can do that 24 or 48 hours beforehand. So if your flight is tomorrow, maybe you can do that today or tomorrow. But the exit of the hotel tomorrow,